This is Sybert signing in to 0 Hour on the map Tiny Tactics for game number 1 of this quarterfinals. That's right, the World Series 2025 coverage is continuing, and this first game will feature the Blue China Infantry. This is Lift Truck. Meanwhile, on the right side, his opponent, this is the Red USA Laser. This is a previous world champ. It's BoYcAh, looking to reclaim his crown. He was the 2020 World Series champion. He defeated ExiLe in the finals. And if you haven't seen that first quarterfinals video that I already put out, you should go check it out. And if you care about spoilers, you should go check it out right now, because I'm going to be referencing the results over there in this video. And also, you will see the bracket. So this is your last chance to get out before spoilers. Lift Truck and BoYcAh, two very strong players. In the last year, in the 2024 World Series that Maricar won, Lift Truck actually finished 4th, so he was a top 4 finisher. And as I mentioned, BoYcAh, he has won the World Series before. He has been that #1 player before, but it's been a few years, and in the last couple of years, he hasn't made it past the round of 8. So this is once again a chance for him to get past the round of 8, which has been stopping him since 2020, and to advance into the top 4. BoYcAh has an opportunity to potentially reclaim his crown. Meanwhile, Lift Truck has an opportunity to prove that he isn't just a top 4 player, that he can be one of the best in the world. But it's going to be difficult to do that for either one of these guys, because on the other side of the bracket, in the semifinals, that Dozer taking a lot of damage will make it to the top of the hill. Humvee on the south side as well, and this attack outpost rolling into the base. That's a fire base that is going to get shut down. Missile Defender gets the laser lock. Maybe this will be a dead outpost, but not before the fire base goes down. And the rest of these units going to be pulling on back. That's a dead Humvee as it returns to base, and it returns to the ground. Another Humvee moving out on the left side. BoYcAh looking for an angle into Lift Truck's base. This might be a dead Dozer. That's going to be a propaganda center delay here for the China player. Lift Truck is going to have to do something else. Meanwhile, on the right side of the map, I don't know if I should say the attack continues. These units are still here. They're not really attacking anything. The capture is denied, and it looks like the tank hunters are going to get cleaned up. Okay, it looks like the attack outpost kind of chases away the Humvee. One Humvee going down on the right side of the map, but the Humvee on the left does manage to escape. Prop center going to be coming up here for Lift Truck. Both players have taken the oil derricks in the southern position. No one has yet gone to claim the supply in the middle of the map in the north. So Lift Truck, he was a top 4 player. BoYcAh, he was once upon a time a world champion. But on the other side of the map, or on the other side of the bracket, is the current 2 finalists, or I should say the defending finalists from last year. ExiLe and Maricar. Maricar, the defending world champ, and ExiLe, a formidable and a multi-time world champ. So whoever wins this match goes into the semifinals, but then eventually they will have to play Maricar or ExiLe, which is an extremely difficult finals to go to. This is a situation where there is no easy matchup, but it does seem like this side of the bracket is the easier side of the quarterfinals. Still not an easy side of the quarterfinals, but it doesn't have ExiLe and Maricar on it, so easier side of it. Another supply going to be coming up in the south for BoYcAh. He has been trailing a little bit in income. His total resources gathered isn't down that much, and as we have talked about a lot of times, USA players can get into a deathball state with their Humvees. All factions can get to a deathball-y place, but especially with Rockvies, you can get there maybe a lot sooner or a lot easier than a lot of the other factions. A couple of rocket troopers going to be getting dropped off in the south there. The missile defenders and the ranger are going to try and hold off in that position as long as possible. BoYcAh potentially going to be pushing in from 2 different angles here if he actually engages. Humvee just gets amboed gets sacrificed there. Okay, that was kind of a weird engagement right next to the airfield as the MiG comes out for lift truck. He might just try and dive on this Humvee and go for the kill. Building gets busted open. As much as BoYcAh tried to keep that section of the map under his control, he does and eventually lose the building, and eventually BoYcAh will be pushed out of there. MiGs get the kill on the Humvee in the south. Meanwhile, Black Lotus roaming her way around the map, trying to cause some chaos for the USA player, as Lift Truck and BoYcAh have drawn the lines in the sand, and they are not looking to give the other one space to play the game. They want to have their own half of the map and then just hang out on that half of the map. As the strategy center is coming up, we've got the expansion in the north there. Okay, canceled and restarted with a bunker. Going to be a little bit afraid of that Humvee. Black Lotus hanging out near this firebase in the south, and another dozer does end up falling for Lift Truck. I have to assume at this point he does have a command center out, although maybe not. Double airfield, no command center necessarily. He does have this dozer on the high ground. It is safe for the current moment as Humvees push in towards the middle of the map. They aren't going to stick around too much longer. BoYcAh is only level 2 on his general rating just at the moment. So is Lift Truck. Neither one of the players have ticked over on to that 3-star status just yet, but maybe here it comes as the MiGs come in. They get a big swing off. Only a couple of Humvees go down. The laser zaps are critical to saving a lot of these Humvees, and the Avengers smash down one of the MiGs. Or another one of the MiGs as it was just hanging out at the end. Dozer will be not dived on. That Humvee was seriously considering the dive, but that Dozer is now running for the hills, and as it leaves the protection of the bunker, there is an opportunity for the Humvee to move back in and find an angle to kill that Dozer. At this point, the Dozer has gone pretty far away. It's going to drive over the mines, take maybe a smidge more damage as search and destroy has finally been initiated. Just to keep assuming that there's going to be a command center somewhere for the China player. Hasn't happened yet. China, USA dropping the CC there near the middle of the map. It's kind of on the front line, but that should be fine for BoYcAh. Lift Truck does have his dozer defended, pulled it back from the front line as the Humvees try to engage with this. Bunker isn't busted yet, but the bunker also can't do very much damage with the Avengers on the front line. Those laser zaps just eliminate so many rockets. ACMs do a decent job of the same role on the other side, but of course with deflecting the rockets, the RNG is sometimes bad where they deflect the rockets into just other targets for you to worry about. Colonel Burton there on the south side looking for some easy targets. Another Humvee going to be potentially joining the fight here. Command center now on the way. The $2,000 has been spent. Lift Truck nearly floating $10,000 for a few moments there. Warthog Strike will start off this fight. Busts open that bunker, and that's going to be the go, go, go. This attack can commence, at least for a moment. Forces the China back, and for the moment, this supply remains completely untouched by either side. BoYcAh going to be pulling back for just a moment. Both players happy to get comfortable for a few minutes in this game. It's not going to be a quick one as Colonel Burton plants the bomb and both players in the north decide to disengage. Command center's ball in line. General's points will be racking up. So as the support powers, the one clicks start coming online, we might see some players actually make some movement, but for now, they're both happy to just split the map and bide their time. Outposts moving forward, Black Lotus here as well, ECMs in the mix. Maximum stealth detection here from the USA player, and Pathfinders have actually made their way onto the field. That's going to be a dead Black Lotus sniped by the Pathfinder, and I mean, hey, you're up against the infantry general, so spending the extra cash on the... all right. That's a goofy animation when he turns around the wrong way and still is climbing up. But Colonel Burton, he's having some trouble with the terrain and the geometry on this map, but he's getting his mountain climbing in regardless. He is traversing that terrain as the MiGs come in. Giant firestorm on a huge chunk of the army. A mass number of Humvees end up going down as the ECMs put another Humvee to sleep. Colonel Burton has had his goofy dance over the hills and found his way into the back line of the China base. Pathfinder's running for it as the ECM trades out, but the artillery barrage is going to fire off. The target, something near the front line here, as it's going to be, I guess, one of these supplies, either the supply or the fire base there. Carpet bomb coming in at the same time. Strategy center is the target, as is the barracks. Goodbye to search and destroy. Ambo getting left behind for just a moment as the Humvees fight this one out. MiGs are ready to strike. Lift truck looking to move in. Missile defenders, laser lock comes in. Another outpost might go down. ECM deflects just enough rockets to save that outpost, as another supply ends up going down. Colonel Burton, an absolute menace to the China player. Laser zaps coming in. Tank Hunters not going to be as effective while those Avengers are on the front line. Cluster mine drop coming in. Doesn't actually land. Colonel Burton did manage to plant his bomb on the War Factory. So goodbye to the War Factory, and Colonel Burton is going to run for it. He's fully vetted. He's a hero, Colonel Burton. Both players are level 4. Goodbye to Colonel Burton. He had a good run, but he will eventually fall. ECM goes down. Outpost moves forward. Artillery platform will find another shot. BoYcAh staying very close in economy with Lift Truck. Lift Truck, who had a slight advantage earlier on, and I feel like Lift Truck should be getting more of an advantage with that middle of the map supply, but they're staying very, very close to each other. A-10 Warthog strike coming in. Will find a couple of oil derricks, maybe? He finds the oil derricks, and the MiGs are looking for the counter-attack. Onto the front line they go. It's literally the counterattack. They split the difference, and they hope the firestorm will burn it down. That's going to be 2 dead oil derricks as the Pathfinder makes short work of that assault troop transport. Goodbye to this bunker. If nothing moves in to save it, this will be a dead bunker, and this expansion might be busted open on the front line. Couple more Humvees there on the north. A lot of supply trucks going down. This will hamper the infantry economy by a bit. They do still have this expansion in the north that supply is being harvested from. But as both players lose some oil derricks there, there's still one standing for Lift Truck in the south. But as both players lose some supplies, lose some oil derricks, they're going to find their income lessened by a bit. I'm not sure how much it will decrease, but for the current moment, there's still... Oh, carpet bomb, almost massive, ends up, catches an Avenger, catches a supply truck as well. Just a little bit of friendly fire, as neither player has ticked over to being a level 5 general yet. And they haven't gotten their 5th star, their final promotion, just yet. Lift Truck moves forward. He has a limited army. If he ends up getting caught, then he might find himself in a uncomfortable position. MiGs coming in. The splash damage can be massive. They actually go for the infantry in part to open this fight up. That was a lot of MiGs going down. A couple of Humvees get eliminated as well. At least 2 Humvees worth of units going down. Another outpost might be eliminated. Avengers catching most of these missiles. MiGs come in. 1 gets sniped. 2, 3, 4. All of them go down, and there's no firestorm ignited as BoYcAh takes that fight. He's now up double the army supply of his opponent. Moments ago, they were dead even. That can still change in a moment, but BoYcAh's the one who's ticked over to level 5 first. He's looking to end this whole economy as the Spectre gunship gets called in on the airfield. It's the fuel air bomb on top of that oil derrick. One and done after, of course, the A-10 Warthogs softened it up a little bit earlier. Chinooks moving forward. They're going to steal the middle of the map supplies. Just go for the long distance harvest and don't worry about the consequences. And I mean, hey, they're going to get a couple of loads of supplies away absolutely for free. One missile defender. Is he going to laser lock? Is this a mistake? What is his plan here? Yep, he's going to go for the laser lock on a couple of these supply trucks. He'll get at least one. The other one might be saved by this minigunner. We'll see. Okay, yes, he will manage to save it. Leaflets come in over top. Pathfinders will find a couple of shots here. This is going to be a dead ECM, maybe a couple of dead outposts as well. It may not be the same as a EMP from the China, but in this case, it's just as good. China still hasn't ticked over to that level 4 either. Or that level 5, excuse me, still on level 4. BoYcAh just slowly but surely, it feels like he's taking over more and more of this map. Artillery barrage fires off. We'll find out if that's enough to open this up. Mines did get beaconed. They claim a couple of Humvees there. Supply being targeted. Strategy center's in the back. I don't think the angle is correct. He's actually going for the army. He catches a bit of the army there. If he wasn't aiming for the army, then that's a very lucky shot. Cleans up a number of Pathfinders, a couple of missile defenders also. Dozer heading down from the high ground. Lift Truck has managed to keep himself in the game by controlling, for at least part of the game, that middle of the map supply. Double bunker will get busted. Warthog strike stands true, but with the lower economy, oil refinery now going to be claimed by Lift Truck, but with the lower economy, Lift Truck just hasn't been able to produce as much. He was at 6 or 7K per minute just a minute ago, or a couple of minutes ago, and since losing the middle of the map supplies and also the other supplies being depleted, it has hurt both players significantly. Another Dozer going to be going down. More cash down the drain for Lift Truck. He's currently sitting at 0 Dozers. He does have the cash to rebuild them, of course. Carpet Bomb going to be coming in. He still hasn't ticked over to level 5. This might be where he gets it. 3 Humvees, not enough experience for Lift Truck. Helix does finally make an appearance. After like the 15-minute mark, the Helix finally showed up. And that's a fully heroic Pathfinder. He has ended a lot of China lives. And, well, this Avenger, it looks like, will end up going down. Artillery platform going to land a couple of shots on to this outpost. And okay, the Avenger finally gets eliminated. A couple of missile defenders land the shots. That's actually going to be a dead Helix. Oh, man. Infantry General losing the Helix on the front line there. Those Helixes have not been around for very long as another Humvee ends up going down. More Avengers onto the front line, more dead outposts onto the front line. Both players have taken huge damage to their armies, but Lift Truck taps out. The slow burn victory for BoYcAh as he was taking over more and more of the map, winning more and more of the fights. He gets the first point of this best of 13. As BoYcAh has picked up the first point, we all know this is a best of 13. Things can go sideways at any point. And whoever wins this will be up against the winner of Vivid versus Fargo, which is another great matchup for a best of 13 here in the quarterfinals. And again, they may not be XCal and Marikar, but they all four are very good players. And so as we see the other side of this matchup, there is, a lot to be gained from getting into the semifinals. This is a tournament that has a third place match as well. So it is a single elimination bracket down from 64 players all the way to the champion. But it's also a bracket with a third place match. So there is a decent difference between second, third, and fourth, with fourth place getting $1,490, maybe $1,500 by the time that's all said and done. And then third place gets basically double that at over $3,000. So as these players are fighting for the top four, there is a big difference in the cash that goes on. Dozer will end up getting shut down here as BoYcAh gets that kill, and Lift Truck will be able to claim both of the oil derricks there in the south. First Humvee gets tagged. He's going to try and deny this minigunner. He doesn't want to get the reset on those oil derrick captures. That would be very frustrating for Lift Truck to deal with. Lift Truck also now gets to play the USA Laser side of the matchup. He gets to play the Humvee side of the matchup. War factories are out, barracks onto the high ground, supplies should be coming up soon. It's going to be bunker first, just to be that extra bit of security. Another firebase going up, but this is going to be another dead Dozer, so that is one Dozer remaining for Lift Truck. And it's here on the front line. It's fairly well guarded for the current moment. It might be worth trying to dive on this Dozer, depending on, there's a tank hunter down there. Outpost up there, the Dozer is safe. But it might be worth trying to dive on that Dozer if BoYcAh finds the opportunity. It wouldn't necessarily always win you the game, but, well, this early on, it basically would win you the game. As if you can hold off the attacks for a couple of minutes, your opponent will be out of cash if you manage to snipe that Dozer. However, at this point, it does not look like Lift Truck is going to be letting that happen. Strategy Center is coming up, so at the very least, we will get out that tech before the Dozer goes down. Once again, China drawing battle lines through the middle of the map from the north to the south, taking over the left side of the map. And the first oil derrick already down. Very quick kills here by BoYcAh as the infantry general. He's going to try to escape with this outpost. He might not actually be able to make it. The Humvees can pursue if they want. It's going to be a bit of a trade back. He was waiting for the tow missiles to finish up. Additional damage output, and there are going to be the drones as well. One Humvee traded back. Looks like two Humvees and an Ambo will go down. Dead Ambo. Everything else survives. A lot of losses on the USA side for that one outpost that technically did survive. Both oil derricks down. BoYcAh, on the other hand, hasn't actually gone for his own oil derrick capture. Might be waiting for super hacker Black Lotus to come out onto the field. That Ranger will end up going down, and Search and Destroy is now out. So the oil derricks have been halted. On one side, they've been blown up. On the other side, they just haven't been captured yet. BoYcAh pulling back. Once again, he's trying to hold the middle of the map. One thing that you do have to love as the infantry general is these infantry general bunkers. They come with the mines. They're like extra fortified or something, and Colonel Burton will move forward on to the front line. Colonel Burton and Black Lotus both getting some pretty serious value in that last game. Colonel Burton making his way to the front line. I think he just got spotted. I'm not sure what that stealth reveal is. Okay, it is on Colonel Burton being revealed as he climbs up there. And man, that listening outpost from earlier, prime placement as Colonel Burton goes back down, hidden by the geometry of the map. It's just a fully heroic minigunner on the other side, and Colonel Burton will manage his escape. No big fights yet, so both players are sitting on that one-star general, And until we get some Pathfinders out onto the field, there are some big opportunities for the infantry general to burst down this USA player. Colonel Burton makes his way to the front line. He's able to get out some good damage. He will be gunned down if the minigunners can line up the shots, but they can't. It was all tank hunters shooting him, so BoYcAh loses almost everything on the front line here. Colonel Burton assisting in shutting down this China infantry army. The front line hasn't been totally busted, but it's just bunkers remaining, and the supply center has to be sold off. One bunker is gone. Another repeat, a safety bunker is being added into the mix just behind the front line, and Colonel Burton has escaped off to the north side without detection. At least for the moment, he goes undetected. Minigunners and tank hunters are going to fortify that bunker. They are all garrisoned up. MiGs could end up getting shot up on the deck. We'll see how Colonel Burton wants to play it as the Humvees come up to the high ground. The Colonel hasn't opened fire, and he hasn't planted a bomb just yet. Oil derricks being captured. Super Hacker Black Lotus is out on the field, and Colonel Burton is going for his bomb. He might even try and stop these tank hunters as well. MiG will get off the ground into the sky, and there into the building goes Colonel Burton. Quick work for those tank hunters as lift truck busts up onto the high ground with Colonel Burton leading the way. The bunker gets broken open. The dozer is also potentially under threat here, and BoYcAh does still have plenty of dozers beyond that. He must also probably have a command center, or maybe he's getting one very soon. Another airfield going to be coming up. I guess he's only a one-star general, so maybe no command center for him, at least just yet. Another bunker will get lit up. There is also a reactor here. I don't think it'll send BoYcAh into low power mode. Okay, he barely is still online. The lights have not gone out just yet. Outpost stepping forward. This fire base plus the Humvees plus the artillery platform. These outposts are going to take a lot of damage. MiGs coming in as well. BoYcAh is wanting to break open the front door. This is going to cost him greatly. And as the outposts go down, these infantry are trapped in the middle. No Pathfinders means that there isn't an easy way to kill off this army, so the damage can still come out. For right now, it's mostly just missile defenders and tank hunters fighting against each other as another Humvee gets popped. The burst damage is crazy from the China infantry, but they are outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, and now they're overrun. The flashbangs coming out, and now with level 3, Truck can get himself some Pathfinders. He has ticked over to that final general's promotion that he needed to get Pathfinders out and into the mix, and now the infantry are going to be far more vulnerable. And Lift Truck has nearly $8 grand in the bank, so he can pump out a ton of Humvees, Pathfinders, missile defenders, anything that he wants, he can afford, at least for the current moment. BoYcAh is up in total resources gathered, but we are approaching that deathball state for the USA. It is certainly not over. Colonel Burton gonna get hunted down, perhaps? Did he just avoid detection? I think he's out of range of everything, so he does just manage to slip on by. Front door can be busted open. Army value advantage on the side of BoYcAh. The China infantry might be able to win the fight, but his army is also spread out. It's MiGs and Helixes and everything else, and he just lost a huge chunk. $5 grand basically just disappeared off the map. Nearly $6 grand between those outposts that just went down and all of the infantry inside of them getting wiped off the face of the map. The army advantage no longer really exists for BoYcAh. He can still get an amazing firestorm, potentially. 2 Humvees going down, traded back for 4 MiGs, and I don't think this guy's going to get anything done. That's a dead Helix. He's doubling down into the ground as the ECM gets left behind enemy lines. I guess he could put something to sleep, but he's not going to be doing much back there. In about 1 minute, 12 grand of army was just wiped off of the map. The Avengers took out a big chunk in knocking down the entire air force of the China infantry. The bomb has been planted somewhere. And it's not low power mode just yet for BoYcAh, but he is very close to it. That ECM is just going super deep into enemy territory as the Humvees continue to make their way around. A-10 Warthog Strike found the oil derricks. No more aircraft for the China infantry. Or at least not from that. He does have another airfield down to the south. Humvees pressing forward. One of them has gone fully heroic. Pathfinder shots rain out over the battlefield as the tank hunters and the minigunners get eliminated. CC and mine drop coming in. Okay, the mine drop doesn't actually land. No hope for that. The CC and the War Factor are in theory vulnerable here. Carpet Bomb might catch this entire army. 2, 3, 4. 3 Humvees and an Avenger end up going down to the Carpet Bomb. It's a short distance when the support powers fly in from off of the map. If you're close to the edge of the map, that's a very short distance to travel. The poke and the prod has begun. BoYcAh, he's got Inferno Cannons. He might actually be able to take out a chunk of this. Oh, no, they step out of it. The Inferno Cannons aren't able to ignite the Firestorm. Shots don't land in quick enough succession. He does have 3 Inferno Cannons, though. Oh, the secondary action catches one of the Humvees, but the others do survive. Lift Truck does need to be careful about engaging into Inferno Cannons. You may think that you've got the best micro in the world, but if you don't react just barely fast enough, then the like turn radius and the jankiness of sometimes controlling units in 0 hour will curse you. And, well, that building will be busted open, and whoever was inside will be toasted. It's a spy drone on the left side. I was thinking it was Colonel Burton hanging out over there, flashing on the mini-map. The Battle of the Artillery. Colonel Burton is in the middle of the map. Going to be drawing the fire from that bunker. Supply truck will get lit up. Colonel Burton just gets eliminated, but the bunker does get knocked open, and everyone inside gets eliminated. BoYcAh moves out onto the high ground in the north. Meanwhile, Lift Truck moves forward on the low ground in the center of the map. He's looking to take over that supply in that location as well. BoYcAh, once up enormously in economy, has now fallen significantly. He once had a huge advantage over his opponent in economy, but that is all gone. It is slowly dwindling. Over the next couple of minutes, Lift Truck will be catching up in total resources gathered, and also in the last couple of minutes, he will have just harvested far, far more than BoYcAh. Supplies in the middle currently being long-distance mined by Lift Truck. Couple of Humvees there in the south. Building also taken there in the south. Just some passive defenses here for Lift Truck to make sure he doesn't get backdoored. He doesn't have some kind of sneaky attack that walks its way in and just crushes his base when he's not looking. Black Lotus about to walk under a spy drone there in the south. Firebase does manage to get a shot off. That's 2 dead Inferno Cannons as another Carpet Bomb comes through. It misses the entire army. That one click is now gone. The Inferno Cannon takes heavy damage. The Firestorm will not ignite. The ECM doesn't put anything to sleep. The Arty Barrage misses. And the Warthog strikes true, finding at least one outpost as heavy losses will be incurred on both sides. But the Pathfinder shots just don't miss. The Humvees can't be stopped. And BoYcAh's army gets crushed on the high ground. He's got almost nothing left back at home. He can still find an angle to smash this ball of Humvees, but it's going to be more and more difficult the longer this game goes on. Cluster mine might be one of the options. He hasn't ticked over to level 5 yet. If he just drives... Oh! That was almost disaster. He almost did drive into the cluster mine. He's He's going to bring something over to reveal it, I guess, and then wipe it out because he can't really afford to lose this squad of Humvees. Warthog's coming in. Now it's a Spectre gunship in the south. Everything gets shut down, and it's going to be a fuel air bomb on top of the airfield. Airfield doesn't survive, but the Helix does, and I believe it has a number of tank hunters inside of it. Pretty much everything gets saved here. The bunker upgrade just finishes. He's got to do something to save those units. That's a neutral Humvee, I guess. It is still under the control of Lift Truck, but it is painted white in a bit of a mistake there for the game. Okay, the Dozer will clear out the mines, and eventually those Humvees can move. Black Lotus moving her way along the south side of the map is going to eventually encounter those Humvees, and this is the hope. Leaflet drop trying to snipe the aircraft. He ends up missing, so it just does nothing. If you get it on top of the aircraft, it's an insta-kill, as the strategy center will be eliminated, and so does the supply drop zone go down. The Helix falls, though, and the strategy center survives. Lift Truck is eliminating more and more options of BoYcAh, and Black Lotus is going to walk right past those Humvees as peaceful as anything and make her way into Lift Truck's base. He may not have enough time to wait. The command center is now under threat. BoYcAh is hoping to pull something out. Oh, Black Lotus gets spotted. Oh, right on the edge. That's it. I think that's the last ace up his sleeve. I think that's the last trick. No, the carpet bomb catches almost the entire army as one trick disappears. Another one lands in explosive fashion, but it doesn't matter. The score gets evened up 1-1. And Game 3 will take us to Koju Akawa. I do say it is nice to start off these series with a 1-1 map score. We know it's not going to be a complete shutout, and that's good for both of these players. But playing the China Vanilla on the left side, this is Lift Truck. This is, again, one of those maps where you start with 2.5k, so both players are happy to spend the extra 1,000 bucks on the Dozer early on and still be all right from it. On the right side, his opponent, this is BoYcAh, China Tank. So it is China Vanilla versus China Tank. But of course, both players get to play both sides of the matchup. So if there is a preference, it will be balanced out in the second half of this. 3 supply opening for both players, I assume. Again, you get that 2.5k at the beginning of the game. You can afford the 3 supply. BoYcAh also moving the Dozer down. Could be an early 4th supply. He has gone for double War Factory. We've got ourselves some Dragon Tanks moving out. Dozer down here in the south as well. Bunker is already up. And who is waiting inside? It looks like just one tank hunter, not a lot of units there. So the Dragon Tank will be able to close the distance and might find himself a Dozer down to about half HP before he escapes the firewall. And that will be one bunker busted. Oil derricks may also end up going down. It doesn't look like any units are moving in to stop this, so Lift Truck might just be losing both of those oil derricks down there in the south. Another Dozer going to be taking a lot of damage, will eventually go down there, so Lift Truck loses his first Dozer way down in the south. That's a proxy War Factory as well. BoYcAh is just corralling Lift Truck in the first few seconds of this game. Looks like a tank hunter got a bomb planted. Oh, it's on the Battlemaster as well. Things are turning out very well for BoYcAh in the first couple of minutes of this game. Again, only like one tank hunter. No, there's 2 tank hunters inside of there, but it's still not enough to bust the Dragon Tank. The Battlemaster has to come in from behind to save that bunker. Proxy War Factory is up. That first Dragon Tank is now down, the one from the south. And in the north, it's another dead oil derrick. So that is 3 dead oil derricks denied from Lift Truck. BoYcAh, on the other hand, he has skipped most of his oil derricks. I believe he hasn't gotten any of them just yet, as he is just rushing with tanks. He is living up to the name, and the Double Dragon will cross the bridge on the south side of the map. This might indicate that there is a proxy location down there. We'll see if Lift Truck actually goes to investigate, but both players are starting the early game off fairly aggressively, and BoYcAh just continually putting out more and more units, skipping the initial capture of those oil derricks, instead going for that fourth supply down in the south and hoping just pure unit spam will save the day for him. He has cleared out everything that Lift Truck has sent to the right side of the map. This has bought him a lot more time for Lift Truck to shore up his defenses. Both players now have their propaganda centers online. The prop center a little bit spread out for BoYcAh. It's not quite hidden, as that is a fairly common place to deploy your tech on this map, but it is at least not in his main base. We'll see if that ends up being an advantage by the end of the game. The nuke cannon is now out for the China tank, or for the China, excuse me. As he moves forward, Lift Truck is going to have that first nuke cannon out onto the field. Another Dragon tank will eventually go down, but at least one of the supply trucks will be going down. The whole supply center might just burn down as the Dragon tank gets eliminated. The supply center is saved for the moment, but the trucks will have to be rebuilt. Dozer still alive in the south. He's adding on another reactor down in that position. BoYcAh is fully maxed out on his power, and he has taken the supply in the north. Is potentially looking to take the supply in the south as well. So Black Lotus finally making her way onto the map. She's going to run around, capture up those... double Black Lotus! Setting up to cancel that war factory. Lift Truck, he can't get across the map with his actual vehicles. He will do it with Black Lotus. Forces the sell-off of that war factory. Going to force the sell-off of some other buildings as well. Airfield being added on for the China tank. Meanwhile, nuke cannon and battle masters plus some gats starting to make their way up. This northern expansion is going to be sieged just as BoYcAh gets his oil derricks online. He might have to move out from this northern expansion. He does have this one in the south, though, so he can steal that from his opponent. That war factory, I think, has now been spotted by Lift Truck. He knows about the proxy. He knows about that war factory. Nuke Cannon gets off one shot, claims one life. The ECM goes down, but everything else is still healthy, and that's the GG. Lift Truck taps out a much shorter game number 3. On the other side of the bracket, it was that first map that got traded back 1-1. And then both ExiLe and Marikar started adding a lot of points rather quickly after that. So now that BoYcAh has started this trend, he's added another point to the field. We'll see if he can rack up the points as quickly as the other world champions did, or if Lift Truck will keep this an even series and keep his hopes alive of a guaranteed top 4 finish 2 years in a row. China Tank wins the first side of the matchup, and I think that's no surprise. I think most people would rate China Tank as a good bit better than China. I know some players do prefer their China, but in general, most players would rate the tank, especially in the shorter game like that. Not quite as aggressive posturing from Lift Truck here on the China Tank side of the map as we saw from BoYcAh in that game number 1, but there is still time. I think BoYcAh is, yeah, he is a lot more cognizant of this. He adds the Gat Cannon super early on. $1,200 down the drain for BoYcAh. We'll see if it pays off, and he adds the War Factory there as well. You can see the posturing entirely different from BoYcAh, in part because he's playing the reverse. He knows what he did in that previous game, and while he is not going super aggressive, building will end up getting busted there by the tank hunter. So he plants the bomb. He'll do a bit of damage to that building. And the Gat Cannon will get the kill on this Dragon Tank. The Dragon Tank actually just keeps driving. He might get the... He doesn't commit to anything. He doesn't actually force the attack on anything. So Outpost in the middle does end up going down. Bunker will be added on, and Gat cannons are in the mix for BoYcAh. He's added on 2 Gat cannons at least so far in this game. Battlemaster is out. Defense is the name of the game for BoYcAh. Lift Truck going to be reforming his army. Building does get grabbed, but that close to a dragon tank, that is a difficult proposition to try and hold that location. Building will, I think, detonate safely there. No one else is nearby. The building takes a bit of damage there from the tank hunter bomb. Outpost is moving out. Gat cannon is already here. Double Vet Battlemaster is here as well. So this outpost will eventually get shut down, but can potentially trade back and is actually just trying to push on forward. He may be able to find this dozer. On the other side of the map, there is an attack moving forward. The Gat did not close the distance. The Battlemaster got left behind, so this outpost just keeps pushing further and further forward. Dragon Tank will force the sell-off of the supply center. The front door has been broken open. Lift Truck says, hello, how do you like my tanks now? As the Gat knocks down the supply truck, and this is a wide open base. BoYcAh is going to have to do something to shut down this attack. Starts in with the listening outpost. Battlemaster will end up going down right on the edge of the range of the Gat there, and the Dragon Tank cleans up the Gat. One Battlemaster has been eliminated. The Tank Hunter's standing for a moment, but that's a double vet Gat. That's a dead War Factory as Lift Truck crushes the front door and widens open this base, eliminating everything in his way. BoYcAh has some real problems to solve. He does have that bit of the base in the south. He's going to try and keep himself alive with that, forced to sell off the supply, and his barracks will now be shut down by a fully heroic Gat in the middle of his base. Dragon versus Battlemaster, and ECM also coming in to try and put that Dragon Tank to sleep. The Battlemaster does win the fight even easier when the Dragon Tank is asleep. But how about versus a double vet Dragon Tank? As BoYcAh continues to play the defensive game, Lift Truck is going to be able to hold on or keep the pressure up as he sends more and more units across the map. He's looking to clean up the oil derrick in the north. Dragon Tank ends up going down, and now that we have ECMs on the field, these trades can be a lot more even for BoYcAh. He no longer has a stats disadvantage when he can put everything to sleep. Like in this case, the triple ECM can actually just sleep all of these tanks one after another, and they will potentially just be trapped behind enemy lines here. This is going to be 3 kills basically for free. The oil derrick does end up going down. That is one of the things that Lift Truck wanted to accomplish, was killing off that oil derrick, and now the Emperors have made their way on to the field. Again, this is a big problem that BoYcAh has to solve. He's going to try it with the nuke cannon, but he needs more ECMs. He needs more support for those nukes. They just fall. The one cannon goes down, and the Overlords stand tall. 2 Overlords still rocking and rolling through the base of BoYcAh. It's low power mode for Lift Truck, but he's not going to be concerned if he's able to continue to flatten the base of BoYcAh. Lift Truck pushing forward, cleans up that army, and the GG comes out. BoYcAh has been defeated. The trading of points continues. It's 2-2. And as the games get traded back and forth, that'll send us to the nearly grayscale map of Black Hell. Playing the vanilla USA. This is, of course, Lift Truck, rocking that blue color. And as we pass by the burning hole in the center of the map, we find ourselves on the red side, on the BoYcAh side of the map. We've got ourselves the very classic RTS colors of red versus blue. Very classic, I say, because I come from a lot of StarCraft back in the day, as well as Command & Conquer. But, you know, in StarCraft 2 especially, it was always red versus blue. For whatever reason, those were decided to be the tournament colors, and then that is what people stuck with. Even to this day, a lot of the times, it's still just colored as red versus blue for the observers. And that's what we've got here. But normally, you know, Command & Conquer, it's much more varied in the color palette a lot of the time. Not here. Lift Truck liking as blue, BoYcAh liking as red. China Nuke versus USA Vanilla. We get ourselves a new matchup that we haven't seen yet in this series. We've seen, China Infantry versus USA Laser. So we saw something similar, but with some slight variations. And another momentum-making game for both of these players. 2-2. I'd be happy if they just kept trading games back and forth, because they've both been... okay, maybe Koju Okawa, those were a bit stompy with the China Tank versus the China. But most of these games, other than that, have been pretty competitive. And the fact that they were both stompy for the China Tank player does give me hope that this series could go the distance. Of course, we are looking for all 13 games. We're looking for that ace match. We're looking for that final game of the series. At this point, one of the players just went on a winning streak. It would be good for them, but sad for us. Propaganda Center going to get added on for BoYcAh, as well as an additional War Factory. A couple of Humvees making their way out onto the map. Fire bases are here as well. Going to be a Battlemaster crossing to the other side. First bunker will get broken open by this first group of Humvees that are crossing the map. They might try and stick around to try and snipe. Oh, they're going to get a dozer basically for free. That's down to one dozer on each side of the map. As the Battlemaster pushes in, so do the Humvees. And the troop crawler going to be looking for a angle in, but that's going to be a tough fight. Overlord shows up just in time and gets the crush. Nuclear Overlord can cause a lot of problems for the USA player as the mines come online. The ambo drives right into them, and the propaganda center is so low it goes down. If only those were nuclear red guard emerging from that crawler, but it is not the nuclear red guard. Artillery platform does get claimed. Immediately, the prop center gets restarted, and the beacon gets deployed as well by BoYcAh on top of that strategy center. What feels like a very solid opening here for Lift Truck. He does have a good start to the game, but it is not over yet. BoYcAh, he is going to have to reset his tech, get another War Factory online eventually, but for the current moment, he's happy to just roll with the one. Getting the tech back online is more important than getting the additional War Factory online. But of course, because of that, he is also starting to float up above 5K. Army value can turn around very quickly for these USA players, especially when they drive over mines. Oil derrick was not healed up, so it does end up falling rather quickly to the Humvees. And onto the high ground they go. They're right on the edge of range there, hoping to pick off some of these units, maybe get themselves a rank up. Cleaning out the red guard, cleaning out any tank hunters that are here. And now the Overlord back out onto the field. Nuclear Overlord's looking to punch through this Humvee army. Is he just going to run for the hills and hope for the best? This Overlord can't get out there. Gets the upgrade for the speaker tower, and the tow missiles get added on as well. Easy to pick off the oil derrick at the front. None of the units have been able to make their way forward for the defense. Ambo driving to the front of this army. Nothing able to pick it off. Mines taking some of the deflected shots there. As Colonel Burton also makes his way onto the field, radiation field suits have been upgraded for the USA. Spy drone on the left side. Colonel Burton making his way over there. Artillery platform still under the control of the USA player. Lift Truck corralling BoYcAh very tightly into his base. Those tank hunters don't want to 1v1 with Colonel Burton. They don't even want to 4v1 or 5v1 Colonel Burton if they don't have to. Slowly and surely, it does feel like Lift Truck has snowballed successfully. The early strike down, rather, with the kill of the War Factory, with the kill of the Propaganda Center, slowed the China significantly. And this might be a dead nuke. The nuke cannon emerges, and the nuke cannon does get saved. Colonel Burton is not eliminated, but the reactor will be. That'll be lights out, perhaps, for the China. It's low power mode for BoYcAh. And the nuke cannon is actually slightly out of range, I guess. I thought he would have been able to land that shot, but no, he has not fired a round yet. Slow is the nuke army, but powerful once it actually gets in range of anything. Nuke cannon for the nuke army. Reactor down. Reactor rebuilt somewhere else on the map down here in the south. Supply down. Supply rebuilt also here in the south. Supply trucks can just transfer over. This supply is about to be gone anyways. It's getting low, so we can transfer the supply trucks over there. On the other side of the map, lift truck has done much the same thing. Nuke army is now moving out. A-10 Warthog strike going to start. Gets the nuke cannon nice and easy. That's one nuke cannon dead. That's two nuke cannons dead. Supply trucks eliminated. The nuke strike on the other side of the map is going to have to be good because this base is wasted. Lift truck has started the ball rolling, and he's not looking to stop. With 2 buildings left, it's about to be a very bad situation for lift truck, or for BoYcAh, excuse me. 3 buildings left. So he does have to stop. Oh, Crusaders! Crusaders here on a frontline match in the World Series. They're going to absorb some damage from these nuke tanks, but if it's a race of buildings, then, well, BoYcAh better have brought his shoes. He's only got 1 dozer, but he's got 5 times as many buildings that he has to kill as the Humvees continue to make their way along the southern edge of the map, claiming more and more of those China buildings. This dozer needs to find a safe place to hide and build something quickly because it's down to just 1. The GG comes out. BoYcAh, with the jaws closing in around him, he taps out. I think BoYcAh is going to be kicking himself for that one. If the War Factory and Propaganda Center don't go down that early, that game could look very different. Or if maybe he had been able to get onto the high ground, get something built over here with his dozer to keep his hopes alive a little bit longer. Maybe things could have been different, but as it stands, Lift Truck played a fantastic USA side of that. Aggressive moves leading into that big advantage, and then he never let it slip. BoYcAh tried what he could to try and regain control over that game, but it just never worked because Lift Truck was ready in every location. Once again, these players are fighting for a top 4 spot. Whoever finishes here in the top 8 will get $620. Still a decent chunk of change for playing a 400-year-old game in 2025. And especially when you consider that 15 years ago when the World Series started, the prize was like a Snickers bar. It was, I don't know, $50 to the winner or something. It was relatively small. And, you know, compared to the inflated world of esports a few years ago, I guess everything is small now as the prize pools have shrunk down from what they were. But, of course, this is the power of the community. Huge donators like AKA Baloney and Oxygen donating enormous sums to the World Series and just keeping it alive. Both of these players are guaranteed $620, but if they make it into the top 4, they're guaranteed nearly $1,500, and of course a shot at the nearly $10,000 first prize. As BoYcAh now has Humvees under his control, both of these players spreading out somewhat similar to that last game. Propaganda Center coming up before the second War Factory for the nuke player. He wants access to that higher tech. He wants access to those upgrades as well. And on the other side, Strategy Center is about halfway done. Both players want that tech advantage for themselves. The search and destroy, obviously huge for the USA player. Also a little bit the radiation suits, also a nice advantage. Dozer on the front line here, could be sniped by these Humvees. No one inside of that bunker, so it does not do anything. And unlike China Infantry, it doesn't spawn with the mines as well. First Overlord is out. War Factory going to be taking some big damage. These units are going to die if they stick around. And the missile defenders will pop on out. They don't laser lock. Yes, they do. They just go for the strike at first. And the ECM is going for the crush. It's good as BoYcAh gets this attack shut down. Lift Truck hasn't totally cleaned it up, but there with the death of the Humvee, it is all dealt with. By and large, it is eliminated. The Dozer hunt on the other side of the map does begin. There's going to be one dead Dozer if the Red Guard can close in. They can't. The Humvees save the Dozer. Nicely done by BoYcAh. That was about to be another quick win for Lift Truck if he managed to get both of the Dozers. One of the Dozers is here in the main base. The other one is over here on the left side. So the Red Guard, when they crossed over, they did not find that Dozer. They did not find the one over there expanding on the west side of the map. Dozer from the China going to be moving out, taking this third supply over there on the right side. Double oil derrick still online for both players. BoYcAh did try the sneaky nuclear battle masters to attack in the last game. Lift Truck hasn't done that. Instead, he's opting for a slower push out with a bigger army a little bit later. Means he had more for defense back at home. Artillery platform does blast this tank army just a little bit, and it's going to be Humvees on the other side of the map. Colonel Burton making his way in as well there at the top of your screen. As the War Factory goes down, so do a couple of supply trucks, and BoYcAh showing that he can control the power of the USA as well. Laser Lock is a good unit. You better love it because you better learn to use it, and it can eliminate so many tanks. As the GAT tries to get the shutdown, he does manage to get the shutdown, and that's going to be a dead artillery platform in the south. But this one Overlord has actually survived, at least for the current moment. The GAT is doing massive damage, killing missile defender after missile defender. Crusader steps on out, gets a couple of shots off, but BoYcAh has been completely disrupted here. The Dozer on the right side, hoping that he survives the night, and with the speaker tower upgrade as well, this Overlord is surviving so much longer than he would have expected. BoYcAh having to return to base to defend. He leaves Colonel Burton somewhere else on the map, and the missile defenders will get the laser lock. This GAT will die eventually, but the Overlord is just running around in the base, buying more and more time as the Crusaders come out for BoYcAh. This one will actually survive. Command Center back online. Colonel Burton now going to be making his way in. BoYcAh has another army to deal with at the front of his base, but he's at least got all of his forces back there ready to go. Colonel Burton might just run into some mines and find himself flying through the air with the greatest of ease. Black Lotus managed to grab one of the oil derricks, not the other one. Command Center gets deployed on the low ground for Lift Truck. It was looking like a nice win for Lift Truck. That last game was a quick victory, and BoYcAh is making this one much more of a fight. It does feel like most of the fights are going the way of BoYcAh, but Lift Truck has had a couple of key engagements that have just been killer. One ECM down. If the second ECM goes down, then these Overlords suddenly are a lot easier to deal with. Overlords are doing a good job of protecting that ECM, but they have no quick way to deal with the missile defenders, and the shots ring true. They find the damage that counts the most. The GAT gets on top of the firebase with half of his health bar still remaining, and he'll knock down that firebase one bullet at a time, just blasting open that firebase. He's doing construction I don't know about the old-fashioned way, but it's some kind of a way as the Warthog strike crosses the map. Looking for the propaganda center, will smash into it and knock it down. That'll slow down the production of the China nuke, but guess what? China nuke already has a lot of stuff out on the map. Arty strike and a carpet bomb on top of the strategy center. That'll be good night to the tech. And I don't know where that Arty barrage is going. Hopefully it's not on top of the strategy center as well. The nuclear carpet bomb managed to save the day, or managed to do the damage that he was looking for. As BoYcAh is out of position, the Humvees too far south to return home and defend this. The War Factory had to be sold off there with the artillery barrage coming in. It ends up falling on the front door to open that up, and the base is broken. The strategy center and the War Factory eliminated. The barracks are being camped out by lift truck, and BoYcAh is going to try and strike back on the south side of the map. The command center and that power plant are basically all that remains for BoYcAh. He's going to be pushing in through the middle, hoping that his dozer hunting will yield good results. There's $7 grand in the bank for BoYcAh because he just can't build anything. He just can't buy anything. As on the south side, bombs get planted, strategy centers or strategies get called in. Carpet bomb, or cluster mine rather, on top of those units, and Colonel Burton plants the bomb down there. Once again, BoYcAh finds himself in a very awkward position. He's only got a few buildings left, and they are being captured. This command center coming up on the left side will be the hope of BoYcAh. Buildings getting canceled, buildings getting captured, double red guard on top of this command center, just slowly shooting it bit by bit. The dozer on the other side of the map, as BoYcAh hoping to add another power plant into the mix as well. Power plant getting targeted down. Lift truck doesn't want this game to slip out of his hands. Another bomb gets planted. The command center gets found. Another power plant deployed here by BoYcAh to keep him in this game. Lift truck, if he loses from this position, he will be feeling the fool, and he will not be ready to go into that next game with a good mentality. This supply center in the north under the control of lift truck. BoYcAh never sold it off. He had to keep it around, and then eventually it fell to the control of the China player. Comanche will get, or Chinook rather, will get cleaned up. Gets a nice $600 for himself, and the dozer gets shut down. The ECM puts the dozer to sleep, and the Humvees spring into action to try to save this dozer and turn this game into a win for BoYcAh. The dozer gets free. He manages to make his way towards that command center, and he will be actually lifted into the sky. Into the Chinook he goes, as he will be airlifted out. Missile defenders just need to buy a lot of time. They need to laser lock down these targets. One by one they go. The ECM on the left side not able to block any of these shots. BoYcAh, what are you doing? Is he actually gonna turn this around somehow, some way? As lift truck, he still has income, he still has production, he still has dozers, he still has everything. Lift truck is chasing this army around, and BoYcAh is hoping for somehow an ultimate comeback in this game. That's a fully stacked heroic Humvee roaming around the map, as the nuclear carpet bomb will come in. That's going to be a dead command center. Canceled, sold off there. Oh, it's down in the south. Down in the south, the other dozers survived the command center here, as BoYcAh has only $5 grand in the bank. BoYcAh fighting for his life anywhere and everywhere he can go. A dragon tank airlifted on top of this barracks in the north, and lift truck realizes that the buildings are in the south. He's going to try and hunt this dozer. He's going to try and hunt these units. The nuclear overlord will fight the missile defenders 1-to-1, and the Humvee does finally go down. Chinook gets cleaned up. Dozer will be put to sleep. That's the hope of the American player. Warthogs come in, they clean out the barracks, they clean out the war factory as well. Lift Truck does still have income, so that's it. The GG comes in. Lift Truck adds another point to the board. BoYcAh fighting for his life, playing his heart out to try and win that game, but it's not enough. I never know which of these games are going to go absolutely haywire, so as we spawn into the map Oxygen for game number 7, we'll say thank you to some of the folks who help make the World Series possible. Organizers Jazz and Phoenix, as well as MP3 and CNC HD for uploading replays. Big thanks to them, but also to AKA Baloney, Oxygen, Calibro, Findarmer, B-Legacy, Anti-Pro, Lullerden, Red vs. Blue, and many more for donating to the more than $25,000 prize pool of the 2025 World Series. Huge thanks to all of those people, but also this guy is fighting for his life just about. He is down 2-4. He's playing China Vanilla. This is BoYcAh. And on the other side of this mirror matchup, rocking the blue, going for a fast airfield. Give it up for Lift Truck. 2 fantastic wins in a row there on Black Hell. Managed to get the win on both sides with some aggressive play and then with some very careful play. Both sides of that matchup done very nicely by Lift Truck. BoYcAh, on the other hand, he's shown his prowess in the first 4 games of this series, but losing those last 2 in a row can't feel good. Going for a faster Helix here in the south. This is a mirror matchup, so the small differences can add up very quickly. It's a War Factory start for one player. I think a little bit faster on the 3 supplies for BoYcAh, and Lift Truck a little bit slower on the 3 supplies, but he is gone for the airfield immediately, which is cheaper than the War Factories. It's actually a second War Factory as well, so this is a lot of spend on infrastructure, which means he doesn't have a lot of units right out of the gate. One dozer gets sniped there. There's going to be some dead supply trucks as well. Can he hunt the second dozer wherever it is gone? It's off to the left side there as this Helix goes to the oil derrick, sees that there is no dozer, might actually just decide to kill off that oil derrick. On the other side, the outpost is doing some dozer hunting of his own. Lift Truck does have the dozer advantage at the moment, but that doesn't mean it's going to stick around. Gat is going to try and take on the Helix, but he loses that fight as another supply truck ends up going down, and the outpost just can't catch that dozer, but the dozer can't catch a break. Supply center gets forced down in the north. Meanwhile, this outpost continues to give chase. Oil derricks on the right side of the map have been captured by BoYcAh, but that'll soon be shut down. And deploying a bunker. You can't hide inside of the bunker, but it does at least give you something else to try to run around as that Dragon Tank continues to chase the outpost. The dozer has survived for a long time, and the outpost won't live forever either. They'll both die sometime in this game, but the dozer dies first. Not a whole lot longer as the outpost now has been eliminated, and the Dragon Tank finishes off everything else. Oil derricks have been cleaned up. No hope for keeping those around for the long term. Speaker Tower Licks is going to accompany the Bunker Licks, as both of them have their separate upgrades now. Dragon Tank's going to try and slow this attack as BoYcAh is crossing the map with a number of Gat Tanks, 2 in the middle of the map, 2 on the left, outposts as well in the mix. Dragon Tank going to take a little bit of damage here, and BoYcAh, he took some early hits, but he is striking back. Lift Truck, a fantastic opener. He needs to stabilize and not let any of these attacks through. At the current moment, he is marking every unit from BoYcAh that has crossed the map has been spotted by Lift Truck, and most of them have been destroyed. A couple of them escaped back over to the north side of the map, but for the most part, Lift Truck has shut down every attempt that BoYcAh has made. And now BoYcAh going to be losing another War Factory there on the left side. That's a dead dozer. We're at the 0 dozer mark. This might just be GG. The units closing in. Lift Truck has army moving across the map. Goodbye to the prop center. And even if we say goodbye to these helixes, they have done their damage. They have done what they needed. What you see is what you get. BoYcAh is going to have to pull off an absolutely immaculate defense. He is going to have to hold the line like he has never held the line before. He's got a couple of tools to do it. ECM and Gat Tank cleaning up the helixes is also a huge get, but it's locked in on this level of attack. No more expanding, no more production, no airfield, no nothing. The ECMs have to be protected at all costs. Dragon tanks, battle masters, gats, those are the tools that he's got to work with as the outpost gets shut down. Lift Truck just has to not throw this game, and there's the GG as BoYcAh taps out. Lift Truck closing in on that top 4 finish guarantee once again. He's not there yet, and this is the point where you don't get excited. Don't let it slip away now. The momentum is with him. He's burning through these games. He's making a lot of the right decisions, but he can't get excited now. On the south side, BoYcAh is slipping. Very competitive for the first 4 games, trading evenly. Making a mix-up, making a slip-up. Ooh, decides to go airfield, cancels it, goes War Factory. So you can see in that moment, BoYcAh thought, should I do the same thing to Lift Truck, what he just did to me? Okay, this is going to be truly the battle of the world views. How do you want to play a China mirror? BoYcAh, in 2 games out of 2 games, has said War Factory, that's the way. Lift Truck has said airfield, that's the way. Tank Hunters are being produced. It worked once. Will it work a second time? The scout has not yet come in from BoYcAh. He doesn't know what his opponent is choosing, and this is one of those mind games that can be played. If you just won with something, are you going to try the same thing again? If you just lost to it, are you going to try to defend against the thing that you just lost to, or are you going to try and do it to your opponent? BoYcAh knows that this is coming very soon. He will see this helix as it crosses the middle of the map. His Gat is engaging it. It's looking like a repeat. The spawning positions have swapped, but everything else is looking exactly the same, and BoYcAh has to be kicking himself. No, what the? The Gat got it! The Gat got the kill! That's the shutdown that BoYcAh was looking for. That's the change of pace. Hope is alive, and hope springs eternal, because now the shoe is on the other foot. That Gat coming out from the War Factory at that timing was absolutely perfect. It had shelter in the War Factory, blasted that helix, and got the kill before the helix could unload anything. BoYcAh now just has to hold on to this game and not let it slip away. He will start to even this series up. He will put another point on the board, and he will stop the momentum from shifting into Lift Truck's direction. The truck can't run away. The brakes have been put on. Oil Derrick grabbed on the right side of the map. Huge eco boost for BoYcAh if he's able to hold that. He's killed 1 supply truck here on the left side. Another helix does emerge. At this point, Lift Truck had 2 helixes, 1 loaded with a bunker, 1 loaded with his speaker tower, so that he had those mobile repairs. Dragon tanks get shut down. Lift Truck has been defeated. He knows that it's over. The tap out comes. The GG lands, and BoYcAh stops the bleeding. That is what we want to see as we spawn into Snowy Drought for game number 9. Both of these guys putting wins on the board. It's not an all-out momentum mental breaker for the player in the north. He is starting to come back. He is stabilizing. This is BoYcAh playing the China Vanilla. And once again, it is an even mirror matchup going for War Factory. This is BoYcAh. 4 games of China mirrors here for these players. Snowy Drought, you do have that kind of pocket expansion, but it's no quick third supply. You can take a third supply, and it is relatively close, but it's not the same kind of setup that you have on Oxygen. So with the little bit of lower starting cash, We have the War Factory for both players. No helixes for either one. Maybe we'll see that a little bit later on. But it's going to be War Factory, double barracks for BoYcAh, double War Factory, no barracks for Lift Truck. Again, mirrors, but not mirror strategies. In this case, both players are diversifying quite a bit. Red guard onto the right side of the map. BoYcAh looking for potentially a scout or a capture if he ends up going that direction. Outposts have been spotted on both sides, so this is the confirmation. When you see the outpost like that, it's like, okay, he made the decision to go War Factory. I made the decision to go War Factory. We are even in that sense. Gat ends up going down. Outpost does get caught. Bunker gets a couple of shots there, but that's going to be a little bit of damage onto that outpost. All right, it does get stopped. Oil derrick. I think the Battlemaster is too slow. Building captures take forever in 0 hour, but this is going to be the cash bonus to BoYcAh. That's a fantastic way to start after you lose 3 games in a row quite convincingly, to win a game and then get the oil derrick of your opponent as well. It's not a big victory, but it is a little victory, and sometimes those little things add up. The forward supply is being taken now by BoYcAh, or by Lift Truck, excuse me. BoYcAh capturing now the oil refinery in the north. Red guard will eventually be dealt with. Dragon tank going for the kill there. Different approaches to the economy. Tech Repair Bay has not been taken over by anyone just yet. Bunker being added on by BoYcAh. Lift Truck taking over the map, sending units onto the left, onto the right, trying to take over these buildings, trying to deny his opponent from doing anything. Dozer going to avoid the firewall. Dragon tank from BoYcAh going to keep his hopes alive. The Red Guard avoided the Dragon tank because the Dragon tank burned down the oil derrick instead. So BoYcAh has already gotten the value from the oil derrick, and Lift Truck says, I don't think the game is worth sticking around. I don't think the game is going to last long enough for that oil derrick to be worth sticking around for. He doesn't want to worry about it, and he will send in his Dragon tank on the left side. It ends up kind of getting caught. Outpost steps out at the same exact time as well, so fights breaking out on both sides of the map, but this Dragon tank gets into an amazing position. Lift Truck finds the perfect angle, shuts down the supply truck, shuts down that entire corner expansion, and at the same time, a fight breaks out with the double Battlemaster getting the crush on those tank hunters. The ECM puts that flame tank to sleep, and the flamer may be eliminated, but more flames will rise. Lift Truck, he's got a lot more where that has come from, and both players staying very even on economy, with BoYcAh having the oil derricks early, but having fewer supply centers overall, having to rebuild this one on the left side, having to deal with that damage taken. Lift Truck now has 1 general level over BoYcAh because of the additional kills, the kills on the buildings. He has got that advantage. Black Lotus is out. Oil refinery gets taken over. Bunker onto the front line. Not as easy for those flame tanks to bust open a bunker. Black Lotus on the left side of the map making her way south for BoYcAh. Lift Truck is going to have to worry about that. Both players have the Black Lotus, but they are also probably aware that their opponent likely has the Black Lotus at the same time. You saw the moment where Black Napalm got finished upgrading. For the current moment, Black Lotus is going to avoid detection. I think BoYcAh sees Black Lotus here in the middle of the map. He knows about her, and he's going to use his own Black Lotus to go for the War Factory or maybe the airfield. Migs out on the field. Black Lotus gets corralled into the corner. Artillery platform might fire off a couple of shots, and for the current moment, Black Lotus remains unnoticed. Red Guard taking over that something on the... just hanging out next to the building, not taking anything over. Okay, on the backside, Propaganda Center, no, goes for the airfield, actually. And the MiGs get the kill. Nothing happens. double bunker catches this army. Somehow, Lift Truck got static defense into the perfect position, and he cuts out a chunk of BoYcAh's army. He just gets lost there as the blue flame upgrade will burn down that oil derrick. Black napalm looks a little more bluey purpley rather than black, but it is, it is that extra burn of the napalm. This is an amazing move here from Lift Truck to set up this double bunker like that, especially with the terrain kind of blocking off this opening. I mean, it's a pretty wide choke point, but it is a bit of a choke point there. Nuke cannons out for both players. Black Lotus already spotted the nuke cannon on the Lift Truck side of the map. And Lift Truck, despite the no oil derrick kind of an opening, because he has sniped the oil derricks of his opponent, because he had faster supplies and more supplies, he has been up a bit in total resources gathered. Only 5k total right now, which 5k of army value can be wiped out in about 2 seconds if the right burst damage comes out, for example, from the MiGs. Nuke cannons can also wipe out quite a bit of army value in a single volley. Shot fires off, MiGs coming in to return fire, and the ECM will deflect a little bit there. Firestorm does not ignite as one MiG ends up going down. ECM gets shut down, but so does the Dragon tank as the strikes come in on both sides. Nuke cannon lands his shot. Dozer not close enough to take the damage there. Under the speaker tower will be protected. Black Lotus returning home. ECM steps forward, and that GAT is just going to go for it. The ECM puts the tank to sleep, and the defense isn't quite enough. As the nuke cannon lands another shot, BoYcAh and Lift Truck fighting it out with the pretty much same tools. Lift Truck seems to get the better of a lot of these exchanges. One more win would put Lift Truck into a match point scenario. He hasn't won this series, and again, you don't want to get excited too early and then end up throwing the series. Nuke cannon gets the shot off. Traded back, misses the ECM. MiGs come in, though, and they'll finally land the shots that they've been looking for. One nuke survives. The ECM deflection saves him. Lift Truck moving forward. Once again, these MiGs crossing the map and finding what they can. The shots hit true. When you load up all 4 MiGs like that, it just works better. Okay, there it finally lands. The shots hit their mark the way that they were hoping. And BoYcAh holds off the artillery of Lift Truck for another round. ECM puts him to sleep. ECM goes to sleep himself. 6 feet under this Dragon tank will be put in the ground. Gat tank steps forward. Gat tank gets sniped. It's the MiG save from BoYcAh. He's finally getting his Air Force up and running in a significant way. But Lift Truck is not giving up. He's still got the advantage in the economy, and he's got the advantage by killing the Dozer with the early carpet bomb. He gets his command center out first. He gets the support powers online first. Overlord will burn down to the Firestorm. Command center, or no, an extra war factory being added on for Lift Truck. His CC is somewhere else. Over there on the right side. Hackers now being added into the mix as well. Internet center is online, so the economy will stay strong for Lift Truck. Again, once these players were very, very even, and then there was a small advantage. Now it's grown to 10k. MiGs coming in. If the MiGs go down, that's a huge amount of the army value of BoYcAh eliminated. He's got double airfield, so as the artillery barrage fires off, courtesy of Lift Truck, it's likely aiming for the propaganda center, maybe gonna go for that airfield as well. Army on the front line splits apart. The real target is the back line. Airfield takes a lot of damage. Prop center gets eliminated. That's a 1-2 punch that puts Lift Truck even further ahead. The hope of the throw is what is keeping BoYcAh in this game. Maybe he can have just an incredible outplay. But for the current moment, okay, artillery barrage fires off in the opposite direction. This could be just an amazing arty barrage that changes the face of the game. Maybe in combination with this carpet bomb, it'll truly turn things around. It's going to be on top of the expansion. It'll get the trucks. It'll get the supply. No, it doesn't. It doesn't get the supply, but the carpet bomb isn't the only strike. It's going to be the prop center that pays the price to the artillery barrage. And the GAT does survive, if only for a moment. It's just to waste the time of 2 more MiGs and to buy another second for BoYcAh. He's got more problems headed his direction. They're ready to light up the night as the cluster mine deploys. It misses the flame tank, and that's a dead dozer on the side of BoYcAh. The mines deploy, but they can't save this base. They can't stop the pain from coming in. The carpet bomb is here once again. It doesn't fully land. It does heavy damage to the war factory, but it's not the end of it just yet. That comes moments later at the hands of the tanks. BoYcAh fighting for his life, trying to keep his tournament hopes alive, and his MiGs are working overtime, but they've got nowhere to land. There's almost nothing left for BoYcAh, but he's fighting it out last man and rocket. MiG strike comes in, the GG comes out. BoYcAh finally leaves the game, and Lift Truck puts himself on match point. Last time, the China Mirror traded evenly between Lift Truck and BoYcAh. Can BoYcAh do the same thing again? He is now fighting for his tournament life every single game. And it's not even like if you make it into the top 4, where you still have a shot at 3rd place. If you lose your semifinal, you still have 1 more series to play. This is the last round where there are no further stakes. Semifinals, you get your chance for the finals, or you get your chance for the bronze placement match. But here, to go out in the top 8, coming so close to that top 4, to that double chance, it's not where either one of these players want to end. Lift Truck putting up an incredibly strong performance. He has outplayed BoYcAh in more of these games than I was expecting. I thought we were going to have, 3 world champs in the semifinals, but Lift Truck is here to say no, that he deserves that top 4 spot. He deserves it over BoYcAh. But BoYcAh, he can turn things around. He's already got 3 points on the board. He is basically halfway there as the war factories come out from both players. The 2 supplies start. No early airfield for either one. Once again, dozers in short supply with no bonus income crates on this map. You've just got those oil derricks. And it does look like BoYcAh has made some adjustments. He's got the double war factory pumping, no barracks. He believes in what Lift Truck did. He believes that it is best. And the TNT does get planted. The Dragon Tank goes down. Get as much value for your units as you can, and every time you plant the TNT with one of those tank hunters, especially left over from the outpost, that's just basically value for free. Dragon Tank did get eliminated, so no easy cleanup for that building. It'll take a moment before BoYcAh can clear it out. Lift Truck, he's got his barracks coming up now. Waited until basically the 3-minute mark to get that rolling because he wants these other units first. He wants lots of Dragon Tanks, outposts, GATs out on the map. Triple unit squad moving out on the left side. Both players aiming for that 3rd supply this time. Unlike BoYcAh last time, who skipped the 3rd supply, thought he could get fancy with the oil derricks and win out that way. BoYcAh has adjusted for this next game. Dragon Tank going to do some massive damage to the supply center, but it's not going to be enough to kill it off, and the supply trucks might even both survive. They do. Both of them survive. They did take a bit of damage as Black Lotus is out. Propaganda center's up for both players. Dragon Tank getting tagged, hoping to find Black Lotus, won't be able to get the kill. Dragon Tank goes down, but BoYcAh catches this dragon in the middle of the map. The firewall is up on the north side. Will stop anyone from approaching with ease. Black Lotus making her way around the map. Oh no, the propaganda center is super late by comparison from BoYcAh. So BoYcAh has delayed his propaganda center. It means he doesn't have the Black Lotus, but he didn't spend the cash on the Black Lotus on the prop center. Well, I guess he spent the cash on the prop center, but he hasn't spent the cash on the barracks or the Black Lotus. So we'll see if he's able to gain some kind of advantage. It feels like it's slipping away. Lift Truck has the faster nuke cannons. He has the faster tech. And BoYcAh has not been able to gain any advantage from slower tech. We'll see if he manages to pull something out. But for the current moment, Lift Truck is drawing that line in the sand and saying you will go no further. In the last game on Snowy Drought, Lift Truck was able to go wherever he pleases, always sending little incursions onto the BoYcAh side of the map. Gat not able to grab Black Lotus, almost knocked her down, but wasn't able to do it. Black Lotus may end up kind of having a 1v1 with this Dragon Tank. Hopefully that Dragon Tank does get spotted. We'll see. Dragon Tank just going to kind of hang out there in the corner as Black Lotus manages to get the capture. Nuke Cannon goes down. Black Lotus for Lift Truck, however, going to also manage to escape for the current moment. No firewall shows up for this Dragon Tank, so no kill on anything just yet. Nuke Cannon finds the shots, shuts down that little outpost GAT combo. And the Dragon Tank now going to move into position. Black Lotus might just shut the Dragon Tank down. Okay. It'll be the MiGs that get the kill. So the oil derrick going to take a little bit of damage there, but not the end of the world. Black Lotus manages to survive for both players. ECM gets tagged, or tags this GAT just a little bit there. Black Lotus looking to secure this artillery platform as well. Nuke cannons out for both players. Faster for Lift Truck, but MiGs can change that. Well, maybe not. MiGs go get some strikes on both sides. MiGs go down on the BoYcAh side, though, and return to base for Lift Truck. Artillery platform and soon the tech repair bay. All neutral structures are on his side. Lift Truck gains that advantage. He doesn't have these two in the south, but that's about it. Double airfield here for BoYcAh. Air can be a form of artillery, so that sometimes is how you win the game, is by air superiority. Black Lotus steps out onto the southern half of the map. BoYcAh has everything riding on this game and every game after this. Lift Truck moves in on the right side. The bunker will be broken open. The firestorm ignites, and the MiGs will strike back. They clean out the front line, ignite the firestorm on top of the GATs. It looks like the outpost will burn down as well. The Dragon Tank survives. The ECMs survive. The Overlords survive. Dragon Tank pushing this front line back. That's a dead Black Lotus. So at the very least, BoYcAh has that going for him. He's got his Black Lotus in the north. He sniped the Black Lotus in the south. Nuke Cannon misses the shot. Oh, that's the artillery platform. Misses the shot there on the GAT. Lift Truck reforming his front line. He may end up losing his oil refinery and his oil derrick there. We'll have to recapture them. Huge MiG strike comes in here on top of that front line army. Nuke Cannon almost drives into the firestorm. Strike comes out. Nuke cannon already in position for BoYcAh. MiGs ready and waiting in the wings. They're going to be able to knock down this Gat cannon if they focus it. The strike is on the Gat cannon to open up this front door. There it goes. It dies to the burn. MiGs will return fire. They'll find the outpost. They'll find the Dragon tank. Both of them go down. Easy shutdown by BoYcAh. He is holding the line. Nuke gets the hit. Lift Truck isn't paying attention. Command Center forced to sell off. No CC for you. No strikes. Did he get any of the support powers off? It looks like the answer is no, as the carpet bomb comes in over top of Lift Truck's army, and BoYcAh waited for the perfect moment to strike. He didn't give away the Black Lotus position with lower priority targets like going for the oil derrick or the oil refinery. He ends up waiting, and the command center gets deployed over there on the edge of the map. And he gets the shutdown, forces the sell-off. It'll be a little bit before that command center is back online, and this is BoYcAh's moment. Right as the MiGs strike Black Lotus, the MiGs for BoYcAh strike the Gat at the front door. That Gat cannon is gone. Money spent down the drain, maybe traded back for one MiG, and that's it. Black Lotus, of course, goes down. The MiGs strike true, and the command center gets restarted, nearly halfway done. Lift Truck doesn't have those support powers online. He is now a full rotation behind of the carpet bomb and the artillery barrage. Lift Truck isn't even a 3-star general yet, so he doesn't even have access to those. MiGs come in. BoYcAh gets the tech. He gets the front door. Forces the reset of that command center. The ball is rolling. Lift Truck is not giving up, though. He is continuing to do all of the things that he should do. He's fighting just as well as when he is in charge. He's fighting just as well as when he is ahead. ECMs move forward. Dragon tanks are here. MiGs coming in for Lift Truck. He cleans everything out, but BoYcAh is here to return fire. BoYcAh once again holds the line. Lift Truck cannot get anything done on the south side of the map. In the last game, he was constantly able to cross the map, do damage, find areas where BoYcAh was weak, where the defense was lacking, and he was able to punch through, do the damage, and escape. In this case, Lift Truck cannot find the weaknesses in the armor. BoYcAh has held everything together. Shots land, nuke cannon strikes true. MiGs come in, that's a dead nuke. But here's the carpet bomb on the return side. That's a dead army. Run for the hills as the MiGs get the 2-strike punch. 1-2. It's air superiority. The name of the game. The one-clicks land. But of course, the command center is here and ready. BoYcAh may be a 4-star general, but Lift Truck is a 3-star. So he's got access to some of those same powers, just not quite as many. ECMs get the shutdown. Carpet bomb coming in. They will find this army. They'll clean up the Gats and the outposts, but the Overlord goes down. Goodbye to the Overlord as the MiGs strike true once again. Both players absolutely amazing MiG control, consistently active. They do trade them out occasionally, but overall very good MiG control from both players. It's easy to get your MiGs caught in a bad position, and then they just don't do anything. They just die again and again. Gats are going to surely trade back with maybe a couple of them, but no, the MiGs all survive. The Gats do not. BoYcAh once again holding the line. Dragon tank will burn down the artillery platform. That has been a thorn in his side, causing him minor annoyance for many minutes now. but it is now eliminated. It gets burnt down, and that'll be a dead artillery platform. Tech Repair Bay can also be eliminated very easily now by BoYcAh. Slowly but surely, he is making his way onto the north side of the map. He has pushed Lift Truck further and further. They've been incredibly evenly matched in so many areas. Well, goodbye to some of that army advantage as he just loses a bunch of MiGs. But it's another artillery barrage. This time it's from Lift Truck. He's firing off to the south side of the map. He's looking for that propaganda center in the corner. Not quite going to land on the internet center. He will go for the prop. He goes for the airfield. He doesn't go for the propaganda center. He wants to stop those MiGs from having a home. It can be rebuilt, and the MiGs are already off the deck. They're in the sky, and they clean up the war factory. The strike comes back onto the other side of the map, but Lift Truck has been stretched thin. He doesn't have the same army value. He's got helixes out on the map, and now he does spot these overlords on the left side. One of them has a Gat cannon on top of it, the other one a speaker tower, and the MiGs are refueling, rearming every second that goes by. BoYcAh has another tool at his disposal. MiGs are going to come in. Lift Truck is going to try and shut this down. And what is the counterattack going to be? This cannot be unanswered. The helix goes down, so the overlords survive. The Battlemaster gets eliminated. That speaker tower upgrade is very good as Lift Truck falls to pieces here. And now the artillery barrage, it's ready to go. It's coming from the south. It's headed to the north, just like Black Lotus. Carpet Bomb comes in. Even if it strikes true, even if it finds the overlords, this doesn't solve all of the problems. They might even stop a little bit early as the artillery barrage fires off. It will force the GG as Lift Truck has been defeated, and BoYcAh puts another point on the board. And that sends us to Thermopylae for game number 11. Playing the stealth in the north. This is Lift Truck. Meanwhile, in the south, rocking the red China nuke, it's BoYcAh. Both of these players putting on great performances across the board. Lift Truck with the 6-4 advantage. He is once again on that match point, and he's got a fresh map to do it on. War Factory and a barracks opening up for BoYcAh. Lift Truck, of course, now playing a GLA versus China matchup. Got himself some terrors. He's got himself some tunnel networks. 3 tunnel networks near the middle of the map. Well positioned so that they should go up pretty much guaranteed. And it would be a long way for the supply trucks to drive to try and shut down those tunnels. No hope for BoYcAh to get the shutdown on those buildings. RPG, maybe some terrors also inside of that technical. 2 techs moving out. Terror is here, going for the GAT, gets the Red Guard as well. So the Red Guard does get denied. No capture on the right side for BoYcAh. He does manage to get it on the left side. Mines are here as well, so these techs have to be careful. GAT doing a bit of damage to the tech on the right. The one on the left is going to pull back as well. RPG goes into the building. And now it's going to be into the War Factory. Second War Factory added on now for BoYcAh. Lift Truck has added on just 1 War Factory so far. He's got just the 1 arms dealer. Okay, there we go. Going for the Palace. No second War Factory, straight to the Palace. More tunnel networks being added on. No deep tunnel networks just yet from Lift Truck. It is something he would like to get up and running eventually, but nothing just yet. Was that to pull the army out of position? Well, I guess it doesn't matter because this technical gets spotted, gets caught, gets killed as well, escapes. No kill. RPG troopers still hold up in that building. Lift truck has decent eyes and vision everywhere. Going for the stinger site as well. Worried about some aircraft, perhaps, but it's going to be straight into the propaganda center. Double war factory into the prop. Tank Hunter tags this tech. Tech might drive into the mines. Goodbye. Hijacker was inside of there as well. Maybe an RPG trooper or something else. I'm not sure. But a hijacker was present. One of the stealth advantages is those hijackers. Although, do they cost more for the stealth general? I'm trying to remember. I think they cost more for the stealth general, but you don't have to spend the general point on them. So you get them sooner. You have them at essentially level 1 instead of level 3. Stealthy Rebel gets shut down. RPG Trooper moving out. This dozer is pretty far forward. That would be an ideal target for a hijacker. First tunnel network will be broken open. Oil derrick has been captured there for lift truck. Nuclear Battlemaster will go down. Tech is crossing over. What's the target for this tech? Is he going deep with some terrors? He's going to get put to sleep. One terror does manage to get out. He's running for that ECM. There are 2 ECMs here, so the juggle can happen. Terror going to get slowed down. That's the radiation poisoning. That's what it does to you. Red Guard trying to go for the sneaky capture. Quads are out. Tech gets shut down. Everything buttoned up nicely so far for BoYcAh. Expanding into the middle of the map. He's got a bit of an economy advantage over the GLA for the moment. It won't necessarily last forever as the supply comes up on the left side. Stealth Rebel gets cleaned up there. BoYcAh has done an admirable job at keeping the defense tight while slowly building his army of tanks. The economy going to be equalizing, and it might even be shifting into the advantage in the next minute here for lift truck as these supplies come online. Jarman gets the snipe, takes out the listening outpost. Everything else on the high ground is safe from Jarman for the current moment. 2 tunnels get busted open. No quads, no defense at the current moment. Lift truck is biding his time. He doesn't want to fight into this army for the current moment. He's holding everything back. Double Overlord on the front line. One has a speaker tower, one has a GAT. Battle bus going to try and get in the back door. They see the side where the Overlords are not, and that is where they're headed. They're actually just fighting this GAT cannon. They're not losing, but they are, one of them has lost. The other one will win that fight, and now the supply trucks are vulnerable. This battle bus can go wherever he pleases, and he will escape off to the left side. He cracked open that GAT cannon. He got the kill on the supply trucks, but hit for hit. Dragon tank on the right side gonna burn down that supply in the middle of the map. It's gonna be the Overlords pushing down these tunnel networks slowly but surely, and that Jarman is a little bit too close for comfort. Gets the snipe on the GAT Overlord, so no quick kill. If he sniped the other Overlord or a different unit, he probably would have died to the firepower that was available, but he sniped the right Overlord. Delays this army for a moment, but it doesn't stop it. It gives another opportunity. Battle bus gonna pop out on the right side. Dragon tank burning down that supply. Tunnels in the middle being opened up. BoYcAh has to win both sides of this matchup to even up the score. So he has to win with the China nuke and with the GLA stealth. Another tunnel coming up on the left side, the middle of the map being taken over slowly by the China, but this army is looking unbeatable. Do we have any rocket buggies, any artillery from the GLA? It's just going to be the battle buses. He's waiting for the prime moment to engage. Red Guard head out. They're now on to the front line. 3 more tunnel networks coming up. It's the Angry Mob. That's on one side. It's triple battle bus on the other side. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of DPS from those battle buses. If they get on top of this army, they're actually just trading positions. They're going to drive right into a bunch of mines if they're not careful. Bunker is at the front door, so is a GAT. As the China army moves in on the north side, the Dozer will end up paying the price, and now these supply trucks can be targeted. Overlord's moving forward, and that's going to be a barracks on the front line as well. He's happy to base trade in this situation. Okay, there's the cancel. Jarman gets the snipe on the GAT Overlord once again. No easy infantry to step out and get the capture of that Overlord to bring it back online. The outposts have been cleaned up. The artillery barrage is now going to be firing back across the map. And the Overlord is still offline, denying any chance for the current moment. Palace will be targeted. Not enough to take it down. It'll be up to the carpet bomb to finish it off. The barracks is also being eliminated, and the battle buses swing in on the backside. Overlord still unclaimed. He needs that firepower on his side, but he doesn't have enough. Overlords get overwhelmed as BoYcAh gets its frontline army eliminated. The nuclear carpet bomb is enough to clean up the palace, clean up the barracks, and keep BoYcAh's hopes alive, but he lost that entire army. It got surrounded and destroyed. The scrap left over. The Overlord is still on the front line, and that's a capture for the GLA. Two battle bunkers on the front line now as well, and this left side supply has been untouched. Lift truck fortifying that section of the map. He's got 10 grand in the bank, and he crushed the main army of BoYcAh. Lift truck needs to not fall to another big swell of army. As long as he doesn't just throw this away, he can secure his spot in the semi-finals. BoYcAh moving forward. No successful hijackings just yet. Well, I guess if you count the Overlord that got sniped by Jarman Kell. Cluster mine coming through. Both players up to that 4-star general ranking. Trying to cluster mine on top of the tunnel, on top of the war factory. Will claim a nothing. The quad cannon ends up stopping in time, doesn't drive over enough mines. Angry mobs making their appearance heard. They do have AK-47s for everyone, so grab one and hang out. If they can close the distance, they can do massive damage. Would have loved to see the China flood this section of the map. Just step down there and bust open that dam. But a little bit too much focus elsewhere on the map. On the more important sections of the map, perhaps. Helix is moving out. They're in a pair of two. One bunker, one speaker tower. Ready to fight. All right, BoYcAh, he's going to be looking for something on the left side. He's got the nuclear missile ready. He's happy to play this one out long and slow, even though he is behind at this point. Oh, there's the catch. The snipe plus the rebel as that Overlord turns its attention onto the China. That's going to be Helix's over top. The battle bus is happy to trade, and Lift Truck wants the 1-2 punch to end the game. He doesn't want to wait for the nuke to decide it. He's running down the left side of the map. The ECM stopping him over there. Quads moving in on the right side. Lift truck will not be stopped as the carpet bomb comes in. It misses its target. The bombs fall freely, and nothing is here to stop this Overlord. Battle bus hitting that oil derrick. Reinforcements coming in. BoYcAh's tournament life on the line, fighting for what he's got, but maybe it's too many mistakes, too many. It's not one mistake too many. He had two engagements that went bad. Jarman Kell gets blasted into the next game. We'll see him there on the BoYcAh side of the map, as Jarman Kell got blasted either through the mountain or on top of that little hill there. Helix is here. Overlord's being rebuilt. 10 grand in the bank still for Lift Truck. He can rebuild those battle buses many times over. He could throw down a bunch of Scud Storms if he wanted. He's taking over the middle of the map. And there goes the Overlord on the right side. The second one that he had captured. Both players still sitting on that 4-star rating. The Overlord steps forward. Dozer might be a target. Oil Derrick might be a target. That guy's doing tricks. He's going for the 1080 rating there. He's looking to do a kickflip next time. Battle bus comes in, gets knocked up to the sky. I love that they have vehicle flipping physics in, but they also have to like return back to ground and not be too damaged in some cases, and ends up just kind of falling apart. Artillery barrage will fire off. Aiming for the dam, perhaps? Is he actually aiming for the dam? Yeah! Woo! Absolutely amazing. Whoa! That hole actually survived. Perfect. The carpet bomb couldn't get it done, but the artillery barrage cannot be stopped. So what happens here? Does this just try to rebuild but like get forever canceled by the water? Okay, it is trying to rebuild. That's fascinating. Hijacker here in the south waiting for something to jump into. MiGs moving forward. This is the moment. GLA can dig in deep. China has got to disrupt it. Nuclear missile is in 2 minutes. Lift truck. If he loses the frontline income, this can start to even things out. Is that hijacker like stuck on that terrain? He is unclickable for the current moment. Unspottable for the current moment as well. Another snipe comes through. Immediately grabs that dozer. And that's going to be some production on the north side of the map. BoYcAh hasn't noticed that it was this dozer. He has MiGs standing by, but they're not actually targeting it. Tunnel Network taking some shots there. Right on the front line. Slows down the economy a bit. Okay, so it's going to be a power plant. Maybe nothing else as the workers fall back down from space. He's going for a command center. Okay, so that is a bit expensive. Scudstorm gets deployed. Demo truck comes in. The bomb truck makes its delivery from the GLA Postal Service. And, well, when the command center gets up, that will be a whole new tech tree unlocked for Lift Truck. He's already got the increased production rates. Something like plus 90% production on units and double production speed on buildings. So buildings build twice as quickly and units build almost twice as quickly. And suddenly all of the cash from Lift Truck is gone. He did also lose 2 supplies. That sticker site has actually survived down there. That's so funny that it is surviving underwater. Nuclear missile is ready. Another snipe comes through. There's another jump with the Rebel surprise as the nuke cannons go down. That's the go button as the ECM gets the lockdown, and the battle bus is going to try and go as deep as he can. Where is that hijacker still hanging out behind enemy lines? The front line gets cracked open yet again by Lift Truck. He has not been able to actually cross the middle point successfully. Nuclear missile is now ready. Nuke MiGs managed to hold off. The front line is being held. It is a long, slow fight for Lift Truck, but he is not giving any openings. There are no areas that can be easily exploited. With the command center here, you can't just like nuke the reactor and then have it be over. Quad cannons pushing in on the right side of the map. Nuke strikes up in the north as the quads get knocked down. This front line holds. The defense is staying online until the very last moment as the battle buses bust into the middle of the map. The quads on the right were a distraction as the battle buses head in. And they look deep onto enemy territory. Hijacker now makes his move, looking for something to emerge from one of these war factories. He is poised and ready in position. Nope, walks onto a mine and ends up dying. And some of the rebels return to ground as well. Lift truck up 40k in total resources gathered. Hasn't been able to strike that critical damage. BoYcAh has had enough income every single time. Despite being down on economy, he's always been able to rebuild that army just enough. The snipes have come through from Jarman Kell, and now he's going to try and eliminate as many of these red guards as can. Jarman Kell ends up going into the stratosphere, but both of the overlords are now on the China nuke side. The defense still has to be perfect here from BoYcAh. He can't cross the middle of the map. Anytime he tries, he just gets denied by lift truck. The Scud Storm is waiting. 90 seconds on the clock. Artillery barrage going to fire off. Carpet bomb might be coming in as well. EMP can land also. Cluster mine somewhere. It's all coming in. EMP on the left side, carpet bomb in combination. It makes it. No, it doesn't. At the last moment, it goes down. The full carpet bomb didn't land, so the artillery barrage doesn't have enough firepower. EMP on the left side shuts down a lot of those buildings, and the cluster mine is on top of this tunnel network on the right. This army is trying to slowly make its way forward, but there's so much GLA defense. There is so much to tear through. BoYcAh doesn't want to give up, not with his tournament life being ended right here, right now. And this stinger sight on the low ground, still getting more shots off. There's the snipe from Jarman Kell once again, finds the GAT Overlord. ECM's deflecting shots. And other workers gonna try and make run for it, try and shut down, grab that Overlord. He's running for it. He will not be denied. The ECMs say go to sleep, but this is the opportunity for the battle bus to come in. Gets a couple of shots off, but the nuclear MiGs come in. They land their shots. The economy has become extremely thin for both players. There's the Rebel surprise. There's the takeover of that Overlord. And once again, BoYcAh cannot cross the middle of the map. The GG comes out. That was his last-ditch attempt. Nothing can stop Lift Truck from driving his way into the semifinals. There's not a lot of spots in the top four left. There's only one road left that leads to finals, and we'll see who of these two will be taking it. Is it going to be the green China Vanilla? Is it going to be Vivid? Or is it going to be the man spawning in the south as the blue China Nuke? Is it going to be Fargo? Fargo defeating Big Size to end up here in the quarterfinals, stopping a former world champion himself, World Series winner from many years ago. I don't remember when Size won. Maybe it was 2019. Maybe it was a bit earlier than that. But Fargo put him down, stopped him early there in the round of 16, or maybe the round of 32. Fairly early on in the tournament. And now Vivid, after defeating Killer in the round of 16, is here to fight Fargo. Both of these players have placed in the top four of the World Series many different times. In the last 5 or so years, they've both been in the top four 3 different times, and they both lost to ExiLe in the finals. So they have both made it all the way to that top 2 spot before, and they both have the opportunity to do that again today. And as I talked about with the previous series, whoever wins today is guaranteed a top 4 finish. So they have a spot for finals. They have a chance for the 3rd place as well. Dragon tank on the right, Gat on the left. Bunker tags that Gat a little bit, and Listening Outpost drives right past that dragon without doing too much damage. With the dragon tank rolling towards your war factory, rolling towards your supply, this could be a big problem for Vivid if he does not stop this fast enough. The supply will go down to below half health. We'll see how much damage this dragon tank is able to do beyond that. He does finish burning down the supply, and this Listening Outpost is going to take a lot of damage as well. The dragon tank is going to try and make a run for the war factory. He won't get the kill. He'll have to trade out with that Gat. In the middle of the map, another Listening Outpost trying to find a road into the base of Fargo, but Fargo will shut that down. Listening Outposts can see in the dark, but they don't do a very good job of hiding themselves when they're on the move like that. The Gats run down those tank hunters, and on the left side, there's another outpost making its way down south. And of course, with this matchup, both players do have the opportunity to play both sides. We're early enough on that there isn't going to be some kind of unfortunate arrangement where the China nuke player gets the win, and then there is no reverse matchup because the series just ends. In this case, both players will get that opportunity. And the Helix is out. Building does get a little detonation there as well. So we have the Vivid Helix out on the field, loaded up with a couple of tank hunters roaming its way around the map. Prop center on the left side, that might be in a bit of an exposed position. We'll see if it ends up causing any problems. Outposts on the left side also going down. Vivid trying to find an angle into the base that isn't defended, but he's finding Fargo has most areas covered nicely. Dragon tank gets cleaned up, easy there. Bunker doesn't actually have anyone inside of it, so that's an easy angle on top of this propaganda center. There actually was less defense there than it looked like. They're not going to go for the prop center. They're going to go for the guaranteed kills on the supply truck for one, and the ECM will try to put the sleep on these other units. Double outpost here. And is there a Helix ready to make its way in? There's a double Helix ready to make its way in. Double Helix moving through the middle, and Black Lotus is also getting identified. Fargo will save his Black Lotus for now. He does need to deal with these Listening Outposts in his base. Eventually, they'll go down to the Overlord, but this Overlord is going to take a decent amount of damage himself. Those nuclear overlords are very good, and the bomb gets planted. The tank hunters do what they can to try and get as much value back as they can. The overlord goes down. The tank hunters get the last laugh, even if it's their ghostly apparitions that is the one that is actually laughing. Tank hunter inside of that bunker, and the janky movement from that dragon tank means it'll take a couple of seconds longer, but eventually the dragon tank wins out the fight. Firewall comes up from north and from the south as both players look to burn out the other one. The oil derrick goes down, and that is what Vivid was trying to do. ECM puts the outpost to sleep, and Fargo shuts down that attack. Attacks on both sides of the map have been eliminated. It's a big buildup of army, but not a lot of successful attacks onto the other side. Triple Helix now out on the field. Bunker, propaganda, or bunker, speaker is the combo there for Vivid. Black Lotus going to try and sneak by on the far left side, making her way to the north. Propaganda centers, or propaganda towers, gonna be flying around these propaganda towers looking for, do they just go for the reactor, do they go for the safe kill, or do they try to stick around and get a little bit more? They get the Gat, and now they're gonna try and get out of town. One Helix goes down, and that was a bunker, so that was a lot of value lost for the China vanilla player. You had a good run. I don't think she did anything at all, but she had a good run nonetheless. Vivid slowly playing this one out. ECMs will get the lockdown, and the dragon tank gets put to sleep. So that, oh no, he comes back online just to burn out the bunker. Vivid making a bit of a silly mistake there, as Black Lotus will make her way down to the south side, perhaps looking to shut down whatever's down here. Could try to sneak around, get the propaganda center, force the command center to sell off, force the airfield to sell off. Could go for any of those targets if she manages to sneak all the way down around the corner. Supply center being established in the middle of the map, going for the middle of the map supplies, as this map does divide in half pretty nicely. But you want to take that middle of the map if you can. Nuclear tanks going to be stopping anything from crossing that midpoint if they can, and that's going to be the propaganda center shut down. Just a tank hunter inside of that bunker, but the GAT emerges just in time. That is pretty much picture perfect timing. If only there was a stealth reveal. I guess it's not picture perfect timing, it's a moment too late. If the GAT had been there earlier, might have been able to catch Black Lotus, but War Factory on the left side goes down, airfield goes down. Helixes have found the perfect opportunity to punch down into the south. One Helix goes down, a second one takes some damage, but it's still flying, it's still keeping its wings alive. No, it goes down. That's 2 Helixes eliminated, but the supply gets caught by Black Lotus, and the bunker is going to try and unload. Tank hunters will get a couple of extra shots off, but it's not going to be much with the ECM here and the GATs here. They're going to rank up off of those tank hunters and make it easy pickings, but the damage has been done. The War Factory survived, but Vivid could win in just a few seconds with the combination of Black Lotus with that Helix. Supply truck, can you save us? Black Lotus gets the command center. It's too late. The GAT is too far away. The CC gets sold off, and the supply will be restarted elsewhere. That's a dead War Factory. The command center has been eliminated, so the carpet bomb has finished its run. Vivid is the only one with the 1 clicks for now. Fargo kind of has to make this work. He is not going to have any more army added on to his side of the map for a minute or two. He has to rebuild critical infrastructure on the south side as the cluster mine catches this nuke, catches a lot of these units in place, locks them down, and forces them to stand still. Artillery platform firing a couple of shots there. Dozer will get tagged with a bit of damage, but Vivid has 2 dozers, and this is the opportunity. Fargo has to make something happen, or he has to drag this game out for a lot longer so he has time to rebuild. Bunker on the front line, not finished. GAT gets caught by the cluster mine, and the army moves forward. The army of Fargo may hit harder, but the army of Vivid is bigger. It's more numerous, and sometimes that's what counts most. The radiation poisoning will be difficult for this army to deal with, but if they never have to fight the nuclear tanks head on, then it just won't matter. There are 3 dozers on the side of Fargo, and this War Factory hasn't actually been able to produce anything before it gets put back in the ground. The building materials returned to Home Depot, and these tanks are going to send this attack group packing. This fight can't happen. They're just going to have to run for the hills, truly running for the high ground on the right side of the map. The barracks will be shut down, and maybe the supply center as well. The War Factory trying to be rebuilt by Fargo. He's got cash in the bank, but he's been slowly spending his like 12 grand bank, spending it down, just rebuilding the same buildings again and again. The ECMs get the lockdown, and that's going to be it. Vivid puts the first point on the board, breaks open the defense in the south, and never fights the army head on. Will this game go the same way as all of the other quarterfinals have gone, with an even 1-to-1 trade on the map score? Those first 2 games seem to be like a gentleman's agreement of, hey, I'm gonna win one side, and then you're gonna win one side, and we'll both go into game number 3 with 1 point each, a nice even score. Or maybe Vivid will be the first one to break the pattern and put a second point on the board. Fargo putting up a good fight for much of that game, going toe-to-toe, but how will he do now that he is on the China Vanilla side of the matchup? Maybe he will find this victory the same sort of way that Vivid did. War Factory and Barracks up and running for both players. I think there was an airfield cancel. Yeah, there was an earlier airfield by Fargo, and then he canceled it and has now decided to go for it again. So a slight delay on the airfield, decided to get out, I don't know, an extra supply truck or a couple of more units somewhere else. He spent that cash on something else, and now he has the bunker coming up on the left side. Buildings taken over by both players. A couple of outposts here. Nuclear Battlemaster is going to be hunting down what they can. Might also just be trying to rush down the middle to find, I don't know, get on top of supply trucks. Sometimes you see players go for the detonation there. And the triple supply on this map can fuel some fun early games. I feel like the last one was a little bit slow. It wasn't crazy. It was like very normal. It was a very typical kind of opening. It wasn't anything wild. And that dozer will go down. One more shot does do it. And now that Battlemaster has accomplished his goal. He's killed one of the dozers, and he can die in peace. Propaganda Center going to be coming up. Dozer is there kind of on the south side of that building. Outpost heading out. Low on health, will get caught between these two gats, so no kill hope for that outpost. Dozer still alive on the north side. Battlemaster tank is not, but he does have decent vision. He might have actually spotted that helix spawning in right as the vision disappeared for that old Battlemaster that is now in the ground. But either way, he can sort of assume that it's going to be a helix. I guess it could be rush to MiGs, but it's much more likely, I think, to see a helix. I don't know that I've seen anyone in this tournament rush to MiGs, but we have seen a number of China players rush to a helix. Bunker getting tagged here. Empty bunker will just be a bit of a delay tactic here. With nothing inside of it, there's no hope to stop that dragon tank unless you've got something else nearby. In this case, it is going to be the ECM. Helix taking a long route. He got the bunker upgrade pretty quick, and then he stepped out, and he went, I'm actually going to go back. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a minute. Command center is now here. Fargo lost his first harvester, his first dozer, excuse me, a little bit early, and as a result, he maybe is wanting to get the command center online nice and quick, just to make sure he doesn't end up losing this one for no reason. Supply in the middle of the map. Black Lotus will be revealed here. Vivid will hope to evade any helix aggression. Black Lotus being sniped before she's done anything too helpful is never fun. Helixes get jumped on. All right, Gat does some damage, but both of the helixes survive. Even if you get away with just a scratch of HP, that is good enough. Vivid doing some big damage with Black Lotus in the last game. Some big disruptions. The other Black Lotus didn't do too much, so now we'll try and keep an eye on two different Black Lotuses on two different sides of the map, as both players have gotten up to that tech and are hoping to cause some disruptions. Artillery platforms now under the control of Vivid. Not a big advantage there, but at least it's something. And Black Lotus, oh, she's actually going to reveal herself next to that CC. So the CC coming in, she maybe would have wished that she would have waited a bit longer. Fargo maybe kicking himself, realizing that he could have waited a moment longer and then eventually gotten that command center. Instead, she has been revealed. Black Lotus is known to be in the area. And the command center gets canceled, so that does delay the command center. Black Lotus is now going to try to escape back up to the north side of the map. Middle of the map, Black Lotus gets caught and killed. Helixes flying over the middle. They can clear out these artillery platforms if they so choose, and Black Lotus escapes to the north. Trade going on. Both players coming out close to each other. A little bit of an income advantage here for Fargo. A little bit of an army advantage as well. Okay, maybe not, as he basically loses, I don't know, 5 grand or something in that helix. He does still have 4 helixes roaming around the map. Much heavier helix presence from Fargo than we saw from Vivid. Couple of GATs, couple of ECMs moving forward. Nuclear Overlord in the middle of the map. ECMs come in. They're looking for the shutdown. They get 3 of the GATs, but then they come back online. 1 Helix will pay the price for sure. Maybe even a couple of more on top of that. That's going to be a Speaker Tower Overlord that gets sniped by the Helixes. Only 1 Helix fell in that initial burst of damage. The other Helixes are still alive and kicking. One of more is very low on health as Vivid gets crushed on the front line. Fargo finds the damage, but he also loses another Helix. Firing upon the artillery platform ended up being just a step too far. Truly, 1 step too far. The nuke cannon finds an amazing shot, cleans up a huge chunk of that army before the nuke cannon itself gets eliminated. And right on the edge of range, another Helix goes down. 10 grand worth of army supply has been eliminated in the last minute for Fargo, but he will also catch Black Lotus on the left side. Vivid has lost a huge chunk of army as well. He's down around 10k of army value. But if that's 10k worth of GATs against 20k worth of Helixes, most of the time you take the GAT side of that matchup unless you're really confident in your Helix micro. Helixes can be such slow-moving beasts. If you click wrong once, the GATs can light up, you know, your whole Helix fleet, and then it's just game over in 1 click, 1 mistake. Which is what I feel like always happens to my Helixes. But I'm very bad at controlling Helixes, and these guys are very good at controlling Helixes. So if you can dance, if you can kite away all day, then the Helixes have nearly infinite value. Black Lotus spotting Black Lotus twice in a row now. Once on the left side, once on the right side. As Fargo is taking control of the middle of the map. He has eliminated 1 of those artillery platforms, and he is looking for the supply in the center. He's looking for that control in the middle. I think Black Lotus might end up getting spotted. The listening outpost is now in range. Everybody sees her, and they say, "Hey, what are you doing over here?" She's going to try and go for the artillery platform from the low ground. And I guess that's one thing to do, especially if it causes a disruption to your opponent. Nuke cannon gets a shot off. Helixes have moved in on the left side. They're still in range of that GAT, so they're still taking a bit of damage. ECM gets the shutdown. Black Lotus escapes. Artillery platform changes hands. And the nuke shots keep raining down. The bunkers get broken open. The front door gets cracked. The artillery platform still firing away as Vivid is looking to change hands once again. Those nuke cannons firing amazing shots. Black Lotus goes down. Helix is looking for their opening, trying to find a way into the base so they don't have to fight this nuke army head on. They don't want to fight head on. This nuke cannon is about to die to the artillery platform, which was stolen. That's the shot. That's 1 less piece of artillery to worry about. If you're playing the China vanilla, you'll like that story. Supply trucks go down. The dance of the Helixes continues. It has been perfect so far from Fargo. He's taken a bit of damage. He'll take a bit more right here, but he's got the speaker tower upgrade for the bonuses, and it travels with these Helixes. Vivid has not found a single good engagement for the last 5 minutes, and now he has a carpet bomb to worry about. The shots land That's a dead outpost, an ECM, and a couple of GATs that get eliminated. Artillery barrage will fire off. Black Lotus is going to try and even out the score once again. The barrage can land on this war factory or can trade for another target. It was aiming for the army and it's missed entirely. The artillery platform will shoot down nuke cannons for Fargo no more. It'll do that, I guess, for the side of Vivid. Helix a step forward. Another nuke cannon goes down. Fargo has been so good at curbing the count of these nuke cannons. And while he lost some of his initial helixes, perhaps a bit too early, he's kept the rest of them alive, and that has kept his hopes alive in this game. With so many ECMs on the map, these engagements can go either way very quickly. If the ECMs get the lockdown on all of those GATs, then the anti-air capabilities of Vivid get diminished significantly. And if the ECMs don't get the lockdown, then the helixes get shredded by the GATs on top. That's, I think, a propaganda center being sold off there. Nicely done by Black Lotus. She finds the angle on some of this critical infrastructure, forces it to be sold off, forces it to be rebuilt somewhere else, slows down the production of Vivid. Black Lotus can be such a key piece of any army, such a key player on any battlefield. Nuke starting to move forward. Vivid wants to find an angle and also find a distraction so his Black Lotus can finally get something done. What do you target? Do you go for the airfield because it's close? Do you go for the war factory because it's close? I guess you go for the supply center? She's really going to force the sell-off of the supply center as this carpet bomb comes in. It's a distraction here. The outpost goes down, but the overlords avoid the damage. And okay, no, she wasn't. She was going for the hack. She stole some cash. She got some money in the bank account. She's not looking for the actually capturing the building. I always forget about the resource steal that she can do. There we go. Minus 1,000, plus 1,000. She's done it twice now. Fargo is $2,000 poorer. And he still hasn't done anything about this. Okay, well, he's got almost no cash left. Carpet bomb is going to come in. We'll catch a couple of these GATs as the artillery barrage trades back. The prop center gets eliminated. Guess who doesn't have enough cash to rebuild it? He's in blue. He's down 0-1. He just lost his prop center, but he got the nuke cannon out just in time. And Black Lotus, she's not dead. She's just waiting on the north side of the map, hiding behind a tree. And Vivid stealing the cash out from under his opponent. If he steals it again, another $1,000, then Fargo again won't have enough to rebuild that propaganda center. Which he may not actually need in the current moment. ECM steps forward. 2 helixes go down on the edge of the range there. Absolutely huge army here for Vivid. Dozer gets cleaned up, so does the supply center. Helixes mostly avoid it. Nuke cannons looking for the shot. Won't find it just yet. Listening outpost goes deep into enemy territory. We'll find a couple of supply trucks there. Black Lotus crossing over. ECMs taking some shots. What is Black Lotus looking to grab? ECMs will shut down these GATs. Good night to the GATs. The Helix reigns supreme. That's going to be easy kills. Stealing some more cash. I don't think I've ever seen someone steal so much money in a competitive match. If it happens at all, maybe it happens once. Tank Hunters can clean up more of these trucks, but the GAT gets the kill. 2 trucks left. That's all you need if you're Vivid. He's got 10K in the bank. 3 or 4, maybe even 5 grand of that is because of this Black Lotus, who has now been eliminated. Artillery platform returns to the side of Fargo. He got so much value out of it earlier in this game, but he just wanted it back. The helixes contain so much of the army value of Fargo. Carpet bomb comes in. Nuke cannon is a little bit slow. Gets out of the way, though. Everyone else walks into a nuke cannon shot from downtown. The shot comes through, and the movement has cut down the army. There are 0 dozers left, but there is a command center on the side of Fargo. Carpet bomb coming in. It's going to cross the map. There goes the nuke cannon. Carpet bomb lands. Fargo getting pushed back. Vivid going to be forced to sell off his command center. Black Lotus reigning supreme in this China mirror, getting huge value for both players. That's 2 dead helixes in an instant, almost 3. As Fargo makes a little bit of a misstep there, a little bit of a mistake. Propaganda center under threat of being knocked down by that nuke cannon. Another helix gets caught on the edge of the base there. Cluster mine on top of the ECM cleans that up. One less tool for Fargo to work with. Overlord gets overwhelmed. Nuke cannon goes down, but Vivid steps up with his big army. He's got a big army, and he's ready to shove it down the neck of Fargo. Artillery platform somehow stopping this game from progressing forward. That dozer just eating mines for breakfast. He doesn't care at all. The artillery platform eventually is going to go down to the mass gat fire. Well, it was nice knowing you, but that will be it for that arty platform. Vivid not wanting to overcommit into Fargo's base. This dozer is just clearing out mines the old-fashioned way. 2 helixes are all that remain from the once mighty air armada of Fargo. And the helixes have now made an appearance. They're going to go for the nuke cannon. Easy kill there. Even if this helix ends up falling, it has paid for itself. The nuke cannon, the dozer, the overlord, all worthwhile targets for them to strike. Fargo has been defeated. The artillery barrage wasn't going to save him, and Vivid puts a 2nd point on the map, breaking our streak, which will send us to Vendetta for game number 3. In the north, can he keep the win streak going? Playing the GLA demo, it's Vivid. Meanwhile, in the south, rocking the blue, playing the China infantry. Give it up for Fargo. Fargo currently down 0-2. Now we are on to the map Vendetta. You've got this little triangle base set up, which can be blown open by the GLA. Goes immediately into an airfield, so it is going to be an infantry helix. Right from the beginning, we have got the supply truck heading out. Terror is ready for that truck, so if the truck moves in, the truck goes down, and hopefully the tunnel finishes. That's at least what Vivid is hoping. This is also going to get a good scout. We'll keep an eye on anything. Do we see a stinger sight coming up? Is there any star sense, any tingling on the back of the neck that says, hey, I think you might be going for a helix? I mean, it's not like some kind of crazy, unheard of build for an infantry general to go helix as an opening, but, you know, it is definitely something you want to know about as early as possible so that you have an adequate defense. All right, first quad cannon coming out, stinger sight coming up. It has been read. It's either been read or it's been predicted by Vivid. This is what he is thinking. How many terrors inside of this technical? If they get a good angle on this dozer, if they get an angle, okay, mines are up in time. Nicely done. RPGs get deployed. There's the reveal of the mines as well. Helix cleans up whatever was building on the left side of the map there. Okay, So the RPGs go down. The Terra's going to run for the trucks, but won't actually get them. Everything gets eliminated. Nicely done. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's the Helix that's getting some damage done. Shuts down that tunnel network. Will drop off these units and then try to escape over the water into the dead airspace. Perfectly done there. This is a lot of infantry value for Fargo. He wants to keep these guys alive, of course, as long as possible. Gets the dozer. We're down to one dozer, and a tunnel network is coming up. The tech is running for the hills, trying to chase it. Quad ends up going down in the north, and the Helix won't spot the tunnel network coming up. This other Helix has an opportunity to swing in and stop it. Building in the middle. Second dozer is there. Fargo needs to keep this alive for a little while longer at least. Quad's going to go for the reactor. Will reveal that there is a tunnel network there, and also forces the sell-off of that reactor. So it's low power mode for just a moment for the China. He's not going to end it just based on that, but it does slow down everything that he was doing. Back into the Helix they go. Doesn't load up all of them. Helix is taking a little bit of damage here. Going to have to try and escape. Bunker ready to go on 3 different Helixes for this infantry general. Another tunnel network coming up. Very close and personal. Vivid is just swarming the map with GLA units, tunnel networks, techs, quads, anything that he can. Helix will shut down one of these tunnel networks and nearly trades its life for it. RPG Trooper gets the final shot. Good night to that Helix, as Fargo is feeling frustrated with everything that Vivid is throwing at him. Quads pop out. That's another dead Helix. More quads going down, but the GLA is happy to trade a quad for a Helix. Tech is going to try and make a run for it off to the right side of the map. Meanwhile, Tank Hunter's holding down the left side. Quads pop out, and they'll clean out those Hunters. Maybe 1 or 2 quads ends up going down. 2 actually don't go down. Airfield gets sold off, and the Helixes have almost all been cleaned up. Vivid finding kill after kill. As long as the infantry general can't cross the map, Vivid is happy. As long as this game can keep stretching out a bit further, he can keep up the pressure. He has not retaken this supply. His income is not amazing. It's pretty bad by comparison. But he's found all of the expensive, high-value units of Fargo. He has mostly shut them down. Quad going to be going down. RPG Troopers push back that attack. The Dragon Tank gets a bit of a firewall up. The tunnel network hasn't been stopped just yet. This triple vent technical is going to go down. Right on the edge of range, it survives with the smallest amount of health possible as the quads step forward, upgrade on the guns. They burn down those China units, and more RPG Troopers onto the front line. Supply has not been rebuilt still. Quads right on the edge of range. With the RPG Troopers, they can burn down this building pretty darn quickly. Tech comes through, gets caught by the Helix. Is that the end of it? No, the missiles don't hit. The tech is too fast. Oil Derrick going to catch a couple of strays there, and the technical does manage to escape. The supply disappears, and there goes the income advantage of the China. He's going to rebuild on the side, try and stabilize his income, stop it from being eliminated. Black Lotus is now out, so both of the Oil Derricks can be quickly captured. Tunnel network finally gets shut down. There is another one very nearby as well. Quads are just going to go for the shutdown on those Oil Derricks. They're going to kill them off and not care. China infantry has been pushed into a corner, but Fargo is doing what he can to say that you will push me no further. I'm in my corner. I'm hanging out. Vivid has finally re-expanded to that top left-hand corner location, and that is 3 dead quads almost for free, but the GLA strikes back. They find the attack outpost, and they clean up everything on the ground. Black Lotus does manage to escape. She can still get some value kill by capturing this oil derrick. She shows herself for a second, and then she goes back to hiding. ECMs move into the middle of the map. A small China force looking to set up shop. Dragon tank clearing out these RPG troopers. Tunnel network back up and running on the left side of the map. The airfield has not been rebuilt yet. Fargo hasn't really been able to afford that. His income is looking tasty now that he's going to be on 3 supply again. He'll be happy about that. He didn't get his oil derricks, which is sad for Fargo, but he'll survive as long as he's got those 3 supply. Outpost will take a little bit more damage. Last rocket gets the kill. Dragon tank will eventually burn down this tunnel network. The front line of Vivid gets pushed a little further back, and this one helix that survived from earlier in the game for Fargo finds even more value, stopping the worker on the left side. Double arms dealer will soon be online. Just has to convert that over from a fake building to a real one. Fresh tunnel network or maybe a demo trap on the right side, gonna stop any sneaky attacks. Oil derrick gets claimed. More cash into the bank for Fargo. Terrorist gets the detonation, cleans up a couple of tank hunters. Yeah, advanced demo trap on the right side. Another one here on the middle of this ramp. Anywhere that China goes, they have to be cautious of that. It'll slow them down if nothing else. Minigunners cut through everything from the GLA. The tunnel network will be the next target. That gets cleaned up as well. More space has been bought for Fargo. Vivid starting to lose ground. Now the pocket is being reversed. The GLA no longer has the freedom to move anywhere on the map. The China infantry does. The army advantage is hugely in favor of Fargo. It's going to be hard to get a surprise burst down of this army. Vivid can't just one-tap this army. Well, maybe if he gets a demo rebel surprise, if we go a little bit further into this game, maybe then he can. But the artillery barrage and the carpet bomb going to be coming in. They're going to be on top of the supply center, on top of the war factory. Artillery barrage looks like it's going to hit the same target. Dozer will get the crush on the worker on the left, denies the tunnel from being built. And if that barrage was a little bit further to the left, it might have gotten both targets. But the main target was that supply stash, and that was what got cleaned up. Airfield is back up and running. Fargo is now in confident control of this game, that he has his 1 clicks up and running. Vivid's chances of a comeback are dwindling. I guess they're always there. They always remain. Arms dealer is going to be rebuilt. Okay, there we go. No chance of the comeback now as Fargo puts his first point on the board. Vendetta is a map that's working out for him. The GLA was not able to swarm the map, but maybe Fargo can make it happen. He can bring that GLA overwhelming firepower directly to Vivid's base and manage to get the kill. Airfield as well, coming out nice and early from Vivid. Vivid predicted this well enough last time. We'll see if Fargo has the same sneaking suspicion. Again, it's not an uncommon thing for a China to go for an early helix. Terror moving out. Minigunner should be able to stop this. Goodbye to that Terror. Tunnel network on the left side, or at least the worker for the tunnel network. No delay of the tunnels anywhere else. Supply truck goes for the run. One crush, two crush. He gets one. No scrap deny either, I don't think. Yeah, no scrap deny. Well, that was a good supply truck while it lasted, and now Fargo has the benefits from it. Worker going to be making his way down the right side of the map. Worker on the left side. Nicely done for Fargo. Spreading out his tunnel networks everywhere that he can. Can we get a full-on hero super tech out onto the field? Maybe, maybe not. Minigunner will clean up the worker. Helix finding the same weakness on the side of Fargo. Vivid fell to that same attack. Fargo will as well. And, well, there's no bunker upgrade on this Helix, at least not just yet. We'll see what he ends up going for if he just decides to... He's going to load up a couple of tank hunters, and okay, the bunker upgrade should be finishing up soon. He didn't get it right away, which means he didn't actually have the firepower to clean up that tech. So the tech was able to escape, at least initially. Worker still hasn't built anything there on the left side of the map. Supply gets cleaned up. Supply trucks may end up going down. This Helix can't actually chase this time. Drives right into the mines. So that's a dead tech. Didn't even have to chase it. Vivid looking for the angle into the base. Quad going to push that guy away. Double Helix roaming the map. Unloads everything in the north. This worker still hasn't been spotted just yet. That Helix returning to base might see it and end up shooting down that worker. Looks like the minigunner got cleaned up, but the terrorist hasn't detonated yet. There he goes, gets all four with one blow. Helix so close to just spotting that worker and being able to gun it down, but nope, not yet. The Helix will go somewhere else for the current moment. Quads show up. Lots of quads from Fargo. Going to be able to burst down the barracks or head past it. Dozer way out there on the left side. Denying the mining time for the current moment. Tunnel networks, I feel like they were nicely spread, but not so much anymore. There's a tunnel network in the middle of the map at least. Second barracks is coming back up. First barracks is about to be gunned down. More mines, keeping those working trucks safe. Supply being added on. Still no one has spotted this worker, so he remains an opportunity for Fargo. Helix has moved through the middle. Outposts will find at least one quad, might get two as well. Nicely done. Dragon tanks repositioning to try and push this GLA army a bit further back. Both players still sitting on just one star, and Fargo has been defeated. Not wanting to fight that one out any longer. The GLA not able to crack the China. I don't know who built these buildings, but I love that they block the artillery platform like 80% of the time. Incredibly tough buildings. That's what everything in 0 hours should be made out of. He is currently fighting as the blue GLA. Grab the crash crate. Grab it. Okay, there we go. This is Fargo. Goodbye to that command center, and on the left side of the map, rocking the USA Air Force. Zap, zap, goes those lasers. This is Vivid. Later lasers, as these lasers will have a fun time zapping all of the rockets from the GLA. GLA demo making another appearance here for Fargo, well, in this series. And of course, on the map, Koju Akawa. Seen this map a ton. Seems like everyone really likes it. I was thinking the same about Blue Hole as well, but last couple of series, Have not seen it. People banned it against Maricar and ExiLe. This series, I'm not sure if it got banned. Maybe one of these players didn't want to play on it, but we have not seen it in the quarterfinals thus far. We might see it a little bit later in this series. Tech will get spotted there. Last rocket hits, but it's not enough. Goodbye to the oil derricks. Both of them get cleaned up. All three terrorists get the detonation. And that will be it for that eco boost. It is gone as an option from the USA player. Very nicely done by Fargo. We'll find out if it ends up being worth it. The longer the game goes on, the more this USA player will be missing that cash. But also if he's able to like strike to the other side of the map and just blow up the GLA, then it really doesn't matter if in the next couple of minutes he's just able to do critical damage to the GLA. Killing off those oil derricks won't have seemed like such a good idea then. Firebase being added into the mix for this USA player. War Factory, double barracks production, 1 oil derrick for the Air Force General. Maybe we'll get to see some Air Force, but, you know, maybe it'll just be for the laser zaps because Humvees do the majority of the work here for the USA. And they are heading in. Double Hellfire, double scanner drone. Quads take some big damage on the other side of the map. The technical moves in. Tunnel network will get shut down, and the oil derricks are the next target for this USA. Tunnel is coming up in the middle of the map. Tech comes in, doesn't get sniped fast enough. Yes, it does. It almost gets on top of those Humvees, but it does not get close enough. Just enough space to clean everything up and take basically no damage from it. Oil derricks get cleaned up. Palace has been spotted here in the south. Vivid on top of this army, denies the tech once again. And I think this Palace is going to have to be canceled. I'm not sure that Fargo can hold this section of the map. He's got another tech coming in. He is going to be able to push back this attack for another moment. What is his actual hope here? Okay, no, now that the tunnel has gone down, the Palace does get canceled. The supply stash gets sold off. This oil refinery may also not be long for this world, as the rebel who is hanging out nearby gets cleaned up. Everything goes down, and now the oil refinery as well will be eliminated. USA trying to grab that artillery platform, and he will. Vivid manages to grab both of the artillery platforms, and this little squad of Humvees has done some great early game aggression. It has done some great pace setting for the USA player to deny that early Palace from the GLA. Another tunnel network will get bopped on the head here. Watch out for the demo trap. Oh, the spies do reveal it just in time. He did not rush up the hill. Vivid is playing with eyes wide open, and he does have to have them both open to see all of the technicals that are crossing the map, that are trying to strike into the heart of the USA player. But Vivid is playing very carefully, very cautiously, and hoping to go up 4-1 in this series to claim his halfway point of this set. Best of 13, that can be a lot of games to play. Command Center is already back online, and, well, if you've got the Strategy Center, then you've got the opportunity for a carpet bomb as well. USA loves their carpet bomb. Well, at least the USA Air Force loves their carpet bomb. This tech is just hanging out on top of this Command Center. Has a terrorist, can get a bombing run out. And there's the carpet bomb on top of the forces. Quads end up going down. Lovely kill of the dozer. And the Humvees are going to force everything else down and out. Looks like there's a hero rocket inside of there as well. Or maybe that was just the, like, demo red explosion there. One Humvee finally does go down. Everybody else shows up to the party. GLA firing a couple of rockets there, but the laser zaps are nice. Humvees rushing forward. That's another dead, or that's technical rushing forward. Another dead Humvee. Fargo will finally be cleaned up in the corner here. Battle Bus is out. The Palace was denied once, but not twice. And the combat cycle gets a good detonation. Almost all of the Humvees are now done. The supply stash stands tall. The carpet bombing was not enough to bust open the front of this door. Was not enough to stop this, and that is 3 terrors on top of that strategy center. The supply center goes down as well. This corner of the map has been a huge problem, as the Spectre gunship will cross the map and will look to bop that oil derrick on the head, clean that up, and shut that down. Always bring your laser zapping Chinooks with you if you're going to fight the RPGs. The quad cannons are now here, so Vivid needs to get out of town. Tech closes in. That's 2 more dead Humvees. This is not a deathball building USA player. This is a USA player who is falling apart at the Army seams. These Army uniforms are busting open. They were, of course, made by the lowest bidder, and Vivid is finding out that that's a bad strategy. Fargo deploying even more tunnel networks into the corner. He doesn't want to go down 1-4. He is bringing the fight directly to Vivid, using that cross-map technology, and the Dozer is going to take some damage going for the crush against those workers. Battle Bus will eventually fall. Another tunnel network comes up. These rocket troopers can get a couple of shots if they move forward. Rangers landing their shots, trying to clean up those workers, stop them from coming in any closer. Maybe the workers will escape with some of the supplies that they've stolen. Chinooks being denied. They're harvesting these quad cannons on the other side of the river. Vivid just never got that big army rolling, and the hero technical will end up falling, but he has done his job. More Humvees getting eliminated, more ambos going down. RPG troopers buying more time for the reinforcements to arrive. And this is a never-ending supply of demo troops that Vivid has to deal with, and he is failing to stop them. The damage is coming through, and there's another Humvee going down. The detonation happens. Even the ambo gets eliminated. Fargo is blowing Vivid apart, piece by piece, unit by unit. Supply center coming back online. He has lost every supply center on the map. Vivid has no income from Chinooks. Okay, he will get back online. Long distance mining for the USA. It's not the end of the world. Chinooks are very fast units, but you have to hand it to Fargo. Complete control of this game, turning it around. I'm so used to the USA player just slapping around everybody else, and you just go next, knowing that you'll have the Humvees next time. But in this case, Fargo is not just ready to go next. He wants to slap Vivid around, and there's the GG. Vivid finally calls it quits, throws in the towel, and now Fargo gets his chance with the USA Air Force. And with that win, Fargo makes it look not nearly as dominant for Vivid. If Vivid had been able to win that, go up 4-1, it would have looked like he's just rolling Fargo over. But Fargo just picking Vivid apart. So many detonations, so many TNTs coming through. The terrorists finding their marks almost every single time, and Vivid never managed to get that death ball rolling. We'll see if Fargo has better luck with the USA Air Force. He is most likely just going to look for that same Humvee death ball. And what will he do to defend against what Fargo did to him? I don't know. But one thing would be if Fargo can keep these oil derricks alive. That is one thing that Fargo did a really good job of eliminating when Vivid was playing on the right side of the map, is Fargo eliminated all 3 of these oil derricks very, very quickly, and he took control of this section of the map. As you can see, Rangers are already moving into position. Fargo is thinking about that. He's got a dozer there. He's got Humvees there. He literally wants to stop the same thing that happened to him from happening, or the same thing that he did from happening to him. Command center also being kept around, so he does have that radar, he does have that vision. This is going to be a dead war factory, so that part is successful this time for Vivid. So Vivid might not be killing the oil derricks, but he is at least going to... Oh, he actually gets the run over. He gets the crush of one of those Rangers. So that will delay that capture by a little bit. The other Ranger will have to wait for his capture ability to reset. And now the War Factory is being rebuilt in like a very defensive location. At the back of the base, Firebase is being added on. This time it's to protect the oil derricks instead of here in the middle of the map to defend, or in the middle of the base to defend the base. Laser lock comes through. That's going to be one dead technical. Second technical has the terrors inside, I'm sure of it. And there's a dead terrorist, but a dead dozer as well. That is 2 war factories eliminated. That is the kind of thing that Vivid was hoping to do. He has managed to find his own kind of damage versus Fargo. 3rd war factory coming up in as many minutes. It's going to finish just past the 3-minute mark, and that is $6 grand spent on war factories. Now, of course, you do start with the additional 2.5k at the beginning of the game, but you don't want to be spending $6 grand building war factories almost for no reason. This supply will be under the control of the USA player. Technical in the back does manage to get another oil derrick kill. Nicely done there by Vivid. These 2 are still standing there, so Fargo has some advantages and some disadvantages over the other side of the matchup. And that's a lot of RPG troopers. Most of them are going to get crushed, and the Humvee guns down a couple more. Hellfire drone gets a couple of shots off, and this quad cannon manages to get the kill on that Humvee. Everybody trading out their lives with each other. Will the spread out production of Fargo actually end up benefiting him somehow? Going for combat Chinooks as well. Not something that we saw from Vivid when he was playing the air. We'll see if it works out for Fargo here. Again, Fargo popped the quads here, managed to snipe the Chinooks. Okay, there's the oil derricks going down. The Terror does manage to get through all the same. It just happens at a slightly different timing. But again, you can see these players reacting to the game that they just had. That's 2 dead Humvees. Almost 4 dead Humvees. That could have been pure disaster as one advanced demo trap was spotted. The other one was almost driven into. They almost just drove it right over top of it. Quads come forward. RPG troopers getting pushed back. Tunnel network sent back underground, and the oil derricks can once again be top deck and wrecked by this Fargo squad if they choose. And they will choose. They choose the path of engagement. They don't want to be married. They want to fight. They want violence, and they want problems all the time. That's another supply center wasted. These demos on this small map, they are... Oh, they didn't actually trigger that one. All right, so the demo traps have not been effective after that first one. The next 4 have all been basically stopped or denied. Quad cannon gets clean, or Humvee gets cleaned up. Quad cannon also gets cleaned up, but the Humvee gets popped there by the rocket trooper, by the rocket buggy. And the tunnel network under the constant threat of that artillery platform in the middle. Humvees going to try and escort their friends home. Combat Chinooks, that's the name of the game. Don't worry about the Humvees as much. Go for the air. Play to the name of your faction. And the combat Chinooks going to be able to clean up that quad cannon. They're going to join up with these Humvees, and they're going to make this a little bit more of a difficult proposition. They're also going to zap a lot of the rockets away from those rocket buggies. Camping on top of the quads, one Humvee still goes down. A little bit of firepower left on the ground, but this corner base has been broken. Vivid has lost control of this section of the map. Fargo has at least opened up for the moment with this change of tactic. Vivid wasn't ready for it, and he's gained a small advantage here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Vivid has never really gotten a decent number of tunnel networks out spread around the map. He's got a couple of tunnel networks, you know, on his side of the map, a couple in the middle of the map, but he hasn't been able to spread them out. He hasn't been able to cross the map quickly with his units. He has been mostly confined into his corner. Rocket buggies are looking for an angle. They're looking for a free spot to attack this army and to shut down the USA player. But as soon as you shut him down in one location, Fargo is in another, and maybe it's to his detriment as he loses the combat Chinooks. He loses a Humvee as well. He'd make that 2 Humvees going down, and now the rocket buggies find the third. No, the hill saves that last Humvee as the Chinooks go over top, and there's going to be one dead Chinook, dead quad cannon traded back. Third Chinook goes down. No, he will save it just barely. 2 Chinooks get traded for those quads, and the last one, manages to survive. Well, not forever. Just for a moment. Steal the supply of the GLA, but you will pay for it dearly by not stealing the supply at all, as that gets canceled. Fargo not able to execute this build as well as he would like. Jarmankel gets the snipe on that Humvee. Can't even jump inside of the Humvee to take it over himself. Spectre gunship will level this oil derrick. We saw the same thing from Vivid when he was playing with the USA Air. Humvee gets chased away. That's a dead V. Oil derrick does actually survive. No, it doesn't. I still have it selected, but it's dead. I thought if I selected it, it would disappear from the selection when it died, but apparently that's not how oil derricks work in 0 hour. That's kind of a weird bug. Combat Chinooks make their way to the front line, and that is the end of the oil derricks. That one was taken out a while ago. These other 4 on the bottom were taken out quite quickly. Combat Chinooks over top of these quads. They're able to burst down a couple of the quads, but they trade back. Vivid, his quad pops have been good. They have mostly evened out these combat Chinook attacks. Dozer gets stolen. Nicely done there by Vivid. Power plant, and oh, he actually goes command center. He has enough cash to get the command center. Combat Chinooks over top. These quads are dead. Is he going to wish that he had spent more money on quad cannons? Quite possibly. We'll see if he survives the night. The combat Chinooks can kill off this command center if they commit into the attack. They're just hanging out. They're over top of this base, and currently no one can do anything about it because they zap the rockets too quickly for the rockets to ever hit. So the supply gets cleaned up. For the current moment, there is no stopping it. Humvee comes out from Vivid. He says, I'm going to fight USA with USA. And he has got a lot of units to do it with. He's got a lot more workers than the USA player, that's for sure. A beacon gets deployed. Search and destroy is now online. Strategy center at the back of the base. More and more combat Chinooks for Fargo. Rocket buggies coming through. They'll find the dozer. They'll find the fire platform. Quad cannons pop. That's a lot of quad stacking, which means the combat Chinooks get bonus damage. They don't even have to splash down those quads because they're already stacked up for them. Vivid makes a mistake there, letting his quads sit on top of each other. The Chinooks actually find a good engagement there. Quads get back down into the hole, but two more die up top. The army is staying alive. These combat Chinooks are keeping their heads above water, and they clean out this entire section of the map. Vivid has lost control of everything outside of his original starting location. Toxin Tractor does eventually go down there. Rocket buggies might end up getting caught in the middle. Both of them go down. He's managed to keep that command center online. The power plant is there as well. Spectre gunship crossing the map. Is he going to go for the power plant? No, he's going for the black market. Trying to split the damage. He'll go for the black market after the power plant. But of course, with the command center, you can rebuild it. The unit production is a lot faster for Fargo for Vivid if he can keep that online. Fargo has been keeping ahead of the GLA in terms of army value for the past few minutes. And now with killing off that power plant, there's no more production advantage for the GLA. Combat Chinooks ended up being a great choice. You don't always see them working out well, but they did in this case. Tunnel network will get popped. Chinooks trying to bait the quads into emerging from that high ground tunnel network. Carpet bomb on top of it as well. Trying to bait the army into the fight. It doesn't work, but the tunnels get cleared off of the top of that map. They're gonna eventually kill off that worker. He goes down. He had a good life, but he's now gone. Vivid failing to win either side of this matchup. He can still catch these combat Chinooks. He can still get the kill on the base. But Fargo is doing a good job of keeping things buttoned up. I guess if he relies too much on the combat Chinooks, maybe that'll be a problem, but we're just not seeing that happen. He is splitting things up. He's even got the King Raptor here as well for a quick burst of damage. Rebuilding some of these Humvees. He's going to get on top of these. There's the battle bus getting struck by the Raptor, and all the quads get jumped on by the Chinooks. They're happy to trade as long as they win the fight in the long run. They'll shut down the battle bus. The firebase can be restarted by this dozer, and that's just one quad. These Chinooks can take it. He gets the weakened Chinook right on the edge of range. Rebuilding on the high ground is a great choice for Vivid. He's back up and running here. He's got 3-4 tunnel networks being added on. If he can hold that location, that gives him at least one stronghold to work from. Combat Chinooks coming in. Fuel air bomb gonna try and bait the quads into a fight. Where's it going? Over top of the black market and the air arms dealer. That's a fake black market, so it detonates instantly, but the arms dealer sticks around. Supplies have been successfully stolen. The heist is real here for Fargo. Quad cannon gets targeted. Every quad goes down. Can't shoot down a Chinook. It is an expensive army, so every time a Chinook goes down, that's a lot of cash down the drain. Palace could be targeted here. Arms dealer will be finished off, and then the Palace can be the target after that. Won't kill the Palace, but does a lot of damage to it. Oh my gosh, that lasted for so long. That's at least a level 2 Spectre gunship. That might even be level 2. Now that Fargo is a level 5 general, he's a 5-star general. He's got lots of points to work with. And the Air Force general does have 3 levels of Spectre that they can call in. One worker just heading for the corners, hoping to get lucky. You send your workers out, you see which ones make it through, you see where you can establish a random tunnel network to try and backdoor your opponent. Another Chinook going down, but another angle has been denied. Vivid, he might actually get a couple of these tunnel networks up and running. This one in the corner might have the best chance of remaining hidden. Fargo doing such a fantastic job of holding his section of the map and not diving in too deep, not going for too much, waiting it out nice and slow. He's playing it out in a very assured style. Combat Chinooks coming in. Carpet Bomb kind of misses everything. Again, maybe he was hoping that the quads would pop out on the high ground and that he would be able to catch them. Quads are coming out a little bit slower. As long as they engage at range, they can clip the wings of these Chinooks. They're going to have to run away, but they got the supply stash. That's what they cared most about. Tunnel network at the back. Power plant and strategy center are easy targets for this GLA player. If Vivid can shut those two things down, it will cause at least some problems for the USA. He does have another power plant there. The one over there. Quads pop out. That's a dead strategy center, so that eliminates some things. But the quads are now going to get caught. The fight is for the game. Who wins, the Chinooks or the quads? It's the Chinooks winning the first stage of this battle. No reinforcements come through. The quads end up left alone, and the RPG troopers can't do anything. One quad is left somehow behind enemy lines in the thick of it, and still has fired off so many more shots than he should have. The quads all get eliminated, and once again, Vivid is down to almost no units on the map. Demo Rebel Surprise on top of the airfield, on top of the power plant as well. If he hadn't killed off the strategy center, then Fargo would actually be in low power mode. But because the strategy center got cleaned up, he's actually 5 for 5. Power plant can be upgraded, or a new one can be built. Arms dealer will be sold off. It does limit the value of that Spectre gunship. He basically will get nothing for it. So that's one cooldown used. Vivid hoping that he can just hold on and win by holding the supply in the north and doing not much more than that, because that's the only thing that he's got really as an option. Only 5 grand remain on that supply dock. All the rest of the supplies around the map have pretty much been eaten up. And these supplies in the south have 6 grand left in them. But everything else is pretty much gone. Strategy center being rebuilt there in the south. Vivid desperately does not want to give up his momentum. Oil refinery captured. Okay, there we go. He's now got both oil derricks. So if the 10% bonus stacks, then he's got even cheaper vehicles. Chinooks coming in. King Raptor ready. There's the GG. Vivid has been defeated. He taps out. Fargo evens up the score. He gets the win on both sides of Kojuakawa. And we're back on Snowy Drought. Who will gain the momentum when we're all tied up? Will it be in the green China Vanilla in the north? Will it be Vivid? Or in the south, will it be the blue China tank? Will it be Fargo? Fargo getting slapped around in those first 4 games. And now, He is back to even. So for game number 7, the even score will be broken by one of these players. And of course, we have the opportunity to go 1 for 1 and send us to a 4-4 map score. China Tank, double War Factory. Could be a quick one if the China Tank players just go all out aggression and try and make this one about the unit production maximums. How many units can you get out onto the field as quickly as possible, cross the map, and shoot the other guy? Or they could try and play it out a bit slower and more strategic. Outposts split to both sides of the map for Vivid. Fargo, on the other hand, concentrating more on the right side of the map. He does have some additional units going over to the left side, and he is stashing a dozer behind that supply dock in the corner. It is the flatter 2 supply for Vivid, and it is the stacked 2 supply for Fargo. So Vivid is spread out wide, and Fargo is stacked on top of each other. A tighter column up and down, saving that corner supply for a little bit later. Well, the outposts trade, but the tank hunters will get the bomb placed. Another outpost will get spotted here, this time by the GAT. Vivid gets the bomb off, goes down, doesn't do much. Outpost going deep. We'll be able to set up camp near this war factory. Fargo is hoping... Okay, no, he's going for the supply trucks. We'll be able to set up camp near the supply trucks. Force them off the line at the very least. Gonna set up camp. Hope for greener pastures. Firewall stops the units on one side of the ridge, but not on the other side. Vivid pushing down. He has perhaps another dragon tank. Yep, it's a dragon tank there on the left side. This listening outpost taking a lot of attention away from the front line, allowing Vivid to get a couple of more units through. Dozer, run for your life, but that's the shutdown of that supply. It's no longer a 3-supply game for Fargo. He has been limited now. Vivid wants to keep that even. He doesn't want to give that advantage away to his opponent. Dragon tanks spread out on both sides of the map. Vivid sending everything in, and Fargo is catching almost all of it. But can he catch all of it as another dragon tank comes down on the north side of dragon tank for Fargo heading up? There's the sell-off of some of these war factories, some of these supply centers being eliminated. Vivid is getting that critical damage done, but Fargo is still alive and kicking. He's got $4,000 in the bank and a couple hundred more coming in every minute. Even being down to just 1 supply, he does have enough to bounce back. If only he could get this dragon tank to actually do something on the other side of the map. Vivid has stopped it, so now Vivid doesn't have to worry about an answer back from Fargo. The damage is only heading from the north to the south. Vivid is the one putting out the damage onto Fargo, and Fargo has to stop this bleeding before he can actually cross the map and do something in the north. ECM, what are you doing all the way over here on your own? Fargo's defense has finally closed up. There are 2 ECMs here for Vivid. Vivid gonna burn down that oil derrick in the corner. ECM running into the corner. Maybe he can shut down the dozer. I'm not sure what his hope is here, but they at War Factory does manage to survive or get finished up building. Supply center will be sold off. Listening outpost going to run from that dragon tank. Vivid will shut down this attack in the north. Fargo still has that War Factory there. And okay, this has worked out for Fargo in this bottom left-hand corner of the map. Vivid has been denied from doing very much damage. Maybe some slight delays to things, but Fargo is not bleeding like he was a minute ago. He was in a much worse spot 1 minute ago. Vivid is still up by comparison to Fargo, but not as bad as it was. Fargo is tightening up the defense. He now has enough units out on the field that he can stop the quick and easy attacks. We'll see how these ECMs do. They can be such a momentum breaker for either side. They can just completely shut down an army, or they can be next to useless. Vivid shows up with a couple of more Gats. Fargo is going to try and sneak a couple of Dragon tanks up the left side of the map. There, he's hoping those Flamers can actually get something done this time. Vivid is here with a Black Lotus as well. She will actually be revealed. The listening outpost sees her for just a brief moment, and she goes further into the corner because at the same time, Vivid is trying to open up this map with a little bit more space, draw away the attention from Black Lotus, and draw it into the middle of the map. At the same time, the Dragon tank's crossing up into the north. Dragon gets shut down. This entire expansion can get eliminated if Fargo doesn't defend this location. That's 2, that's 3 dead listening outposts on the side of Vivid, but the Dragons on the other side get shut down. Black Lotus avoids detection for now. Fargo once again buttoning up his defense, not letting anything do too much damage, but Vivid has expanded. He's now up to that 3 supply where he wants to be. He's got the oil derrick. He's got the oil refinery. He has denied his opponent's oil derrick a long time ago with that Dragon tank. He burned it down, and now he's reaping those rewards. Is Black Lotus just going to wait for the command center? It's not on the right side like we saw earlier. Like we saw in that previous series, it isn't on that right side down the ramp. It's in the middle of the base. If Black Lotus wants it, she's going to have to step out of her comfort zone to go for it. Flamer's getting caught and killed. Fargo is going to have to deal with these helixes, and it's not going to be easy. He's invested heavily into ground units, and this listening outpost might get a couple of shots off here, but it's not going to be the kind of game-ending damage that he's hoping for. At the very least, it's just the Bunkerlicks and the speaker tower. There's no Gatlicks for the quick cleanup. There we go. This is what she was waiting for this whole time. An excellent move by Vivid. Get yourself $1,000 or force your opponent to sell it off. Artillery barrage will fire off. It's from Vivid. He's the only one with the support powers now. Carpet Bomb is almost always in combination with it, and it's going to be on top of the War Factory, on top of the supply. It'll almost hit that CC as well. The sell-off isn't fast enough, so the damage will come through. Gets the supply truck as well. The CC might have to be canceled to rebuild that supply. Vivid, he's going to have a little bit of a problem to worry about here on the left side. Black Lotus gets shut down. Double Dragon trouble here for Fargo. Vivid has to deal with this, and he will. He'll bring in the helixes. He gets the shutdown. The ECMs send that Gat to sleep, and Fargo has been defeated. 11 grand in the bank. Vivid gets the win and takes control of this series yet again. One of the things that Vivid did that helped seal the deal, that sort of guaranteed him the win, was building the Black Lotus and holding her back until the CC had been deployed. Must have been in the back of Fargo's mind. He spotted her for a second. He sent the Dragon tank over, hoping to, get a lucky kill, sort of. And then got distracted because there was a massive attack heading down his throat, and he had to stop that. And then he just finished up the CC and said, all right, well, come what may. And, well, Black Lotus did show up, and she forced the sell-off of that. And then, when you got one player who has support powers and one player who doesn't have support powers, 90% of the time the game goes the way that you would expect it. Once again, we have Vivid now doing basically exactly what Fargo did. Both players are mirroring each other on the opposite. The China player is spreading out. The China tank player is stacking and also going for the dozer in the corner. Looking for that third supply eventually. And this is going to be Outpost Dragon Gat, the 1-1-1 of the China player. Good eject out there by the listening outpost. Does manage to survive for an extra couple of shots. Meanwhile, on the left side of the map, the outpost gets shut down. Vivid catches on both sides everything that Fargo is trying to do, and he shuts it down. The Gat isn't even going to care about those extra tank hunters inside of the outpost. Somebody plants a bomb somewhere on top of this Gat. Goodbye, Gat. It was nice knowing you. Vivid loses an extra Gat. Fargo gets shut down on every side of the map, but Vivid doesn't get his dragon tank deep into enemy territory. It gets cleaned up as well. So both players actually catching almost everything that their opponent is doing. Bomb gets planted. Dragon tank gonna chase this listening outpost down and down, hoping to get the kill, hoping to deny the damage, and now suddenly Fargo has opened up the middle of the map. He can safely traverse that area. He can manage to get his units into a position. Vivid was doing such a good job of locking down this part of the map, and one supply truck will be denied here. At least Vivid can restart building it, can start a new one immediately. He pulls that supply truck off so that there's no splash damage on anything, and he just rebuilds the truck, gets his economy back online. Another bomb planted. Nicely done by Fargo. He's stacking up these little range, this little advantage after advantage, these little tiny wins. Bit by bit, he is stacking up these tiny little advantages on top of each other. A listening outpost getting caught here on the left side of the map. China tank, they've got good tanks, but it doesn't matter if everything you do gets defended against, gets deflected perfectly. Fargo has found everything. He was faltering in his defense in the first couple of moments of the game, but since then he has tightened things up and he has caught everything that Vivid has tried, and he has shut it down. Both players doing a very good job of defending against everything their opponent is trying. They're staying very close to each other in every respect. Dragon tank going to try and catch that listening outpost. Won't quite be able to do it. Firewall comes up. Dragon will push forward. The Battlemaster body blocking for that dragon will help the dragon get a little bit further, and I think this dragon really just wants to get up there and get that oil derrick, deny it from being useful. But in this case, Black Lotus is already out for the China player. Propaganda Center is now coming up for Vivid. He knows that he has a problem that needs to be dealt with. Black Lotus can turn games around, and Fargo will be losing that dragon tank, but everything else will get eliminated. Vivid won't be able to successfully attack in the north, not any longer. Fargo at the same time is mostly being cleaned up. Nice. Again, the TNT from Fargo has been so consistent and so powerful. It gets him those guaranteed kills on a lot of these units. Even if he ends up losing some other aspect of this attack, he ends up getting the guaranteed kill, and now he can go for the dozer as well. So this is going to be a dead dozer for Vivid. It was nice knowing you, dozer buddy, but that is it. It's one dozer to one dozer. Black Lotus will get the shutdown on that double vet Battlemaster as the dragon moves forward, looking to flame down that oil derrick. CC on the way. Thank you for coming back just in time for my 2-star general promotion. And there's the shutdown. Oil Derrick survives. Nicely done by Fargo, once again catching almost everything that Vivid is doing. There's actually going to be double bomb planted. ECM and the outpost will end up going down, so Vivid will get some kind of damage back for this. It's not as much as he liked. He actually got half the health bar off of that Dragon Tank as well. That Flamer is down to half for Fargo. Nicely done by Vivid in the last couple of moments, managing to get a bit of extra damage done. Black Lotus moving out. Fargo will be looking for those high-value targets. Fargo already has his own command center up and running. He knows that the propaganda center of Vivid was late, and I don't think the command center has been rebuilt just yet. Another listening outpost will go down here. Bomb planted on that war factory, but that's not big of a deal. Black Lotus does make an appearance for Vivid as well now. And Vivid moving into Fargo's base. The defense is faltering for both players. Attacks are coming through in the north, in the south. Black Lotuses can fight each other in the other corner of the map. Everything is starting to happen everywhere as the supply gets sold off. Nothing's happening in the south because Fargo is multitasking in the north, or maybe he's unitasking as Vivid gets the burn down, and he also has a couple of extra seconds to respond in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Listening outpost pushing forward. ECM from Fargo finally puts the Dragon Tank to sleep. That guy's fully heroic, and he is burned down a lot on the north side of the map. Dragon Tank on top of the War Factory. That's going to be Vivid forcing this, getting forced to sell off that War Factory. The Dozer is also nearby, but that's going to be a command center added on. Has Black Lotus been revealed? She's been cleaned up, actually, so Vivid manages to hold on to that advantage, forcing Fargo out of his side of the map, not losing quite as much in the last minute as he has done to Fargo. That's a fully heroic tank hunter that just got eliminated. Unfortunately for Fargo, his heroes don't last long. Flame tank on the left. Command center 70% done. War factory still around, but only one of the war factories. Oil derrick and oil refinery under the control of Vivid now, at least. Flame tank will hold off that attack for the current moment. Both players taking some surprise damage that maybe they weren't expecting. ECM gets the sleep. That's a dead Dragon Tank as the carpet bomb comes in on top of the supply center, on top of the War Factory as well. There's the turn. War Factory takes big damage. Airfield might even be spotted there by Fargo. Vivid has been revealed. Well, that's a dead Black Lotus. Both of them have now gone down. Double Dragon trouble on the left side. Fargo has an opportunity to burn something down. Vivid steps forward. Once again, now Black Lotus. Okay, so Black Lotus has gone down twice for Fargo, but the Black Lotus for Vivid is still around. Artillery barrage going to be crossing the map. Dragons have been spotted on the left side. Vivid will be targeting this. Nope. Going for the propaganda center at the back. What is he going for? And there's the strike on the other side. Propaganda center's eliminated. Cluster mine on top of these trucks. Although most of the cluster mine ended up missing. It didn't actually deploy, I guess, because it was too much on top of the building. Repair bay has been captured by Vivid, so he's got those in the field repairs. All of his units are just better now. Fargo hoping to turn things around. He's got his own Black Lotus stepping out onto the map, getting that artillery platform. Double firewall is up, keeping that area of the map from being traversed. Nuke cannons making their way out for Fargo. He's got an idea. It's, I'm going to shoot you from a long ways away. I'm going to shoot you from so far away that you can't shoot me back. Of course, an airfield can change that, but we'll see. Helix is out for Vivid. That might be a good thing, or that might be a bad thing. He's got more mobility now, so it's good in that sense, but he doesn't want to lose it. That would be very bad, very costly mistake. Black Lotus gets cleaned up. Artillery platform on the high ground. Well, I guess if you don't have anything that shoots up, then helixes are great. They're invincible. If you don't have anything that shoots up. Fargo stepping forward. He's going to be able to force this front line back. He's going to be able to force that supply center to be sold off. And, oh, Black Lotus gets cleaned up. The Double Dragon goes down, and the artillery platform will be killed off as revenge for Black Lotus. Nuclear cannon will eventually go down. ECM can't defend it forever. And the outpost will then get clobbered. That's an Overlord tank and a lot of ECMs moving in. This is just mass numbers for Vivid. He's going to try and jump on this army before it can return to base, but nope. He's not fast enough. He's not able to get the angle. One GAT just given away. This guy shouldn't be here. We're not at the stage of the game where you can just walk a single GAT to the other side of the map without looking at it like that. ECM's deflecting a number of these rockets. The bunkers will be bypassed. Vivid says, I think it's go time. We've been sitting around for long enough. You've got an extra 5K advantage over me, but it's all sitting in the bank, so I think it's go time. Prop center in the corner. Dozer will be shut down. Does Fargo try to cross map and go for a base race, or does he try to return? He's waiting for the carpet bomb to land, but it doesn't hit the flying helixes. Most of the army avoids the damage. It's a big chunk that gets hit, and Fargo is going to have to do something to stop this army once and for all, otherwise it will tear his base apart. He's got one dozer left, and the CC is next on the list. There's a war factory on the front line. There's a barracks as well, and then it's it for the units and buildings to block for this command center. That's going to be the end of the support powers as well. If that command center goes down, Vivid will gain a huge long-term advantage. One dozer is left, hidden in the back next to that oil derrick. Cluster mine comes in. Fargo hoping for something. He's going to buy time with it, but the CC goes down. No more. Cluster mine also comes in. Second cluster mine. This time it's from Vivid. Cluster mine on a cluster mine, so it's bad news for everyone as the CC comes back up. The firewall will light up the mines. Vivid pushing further into Fargo's base. He has opened everything up, and now he's going to shut everything down. The helixes have already escaped. They are backing off so that they can be a backup force, or they can swing in from another angle. A full hero GAT. He's hoping to link up with his friends from the middle of the map. Vivid pushes past the defenses of Fargo, finds massive damage deep in the base, and has opened everything up so that he can win the game. He still has to worry about the army, but that's what he's hoping his artillery strike is for. That's actually coming in from Fargo. He's hoping to catch the army. He's hoping to catch them out of position. He finished up his command center, and he catches the tank with his arty strike. He's back online, baby. He's back on the network. He wants to light things up. The tech repair bay, providing those constant repairs. You better get moving. You better move fast. Overlord tank on top of that carpet bomb. Supply center goes down. Everything else mostly misses. After 10 or 12 minutes of it being a tight back and forth, Vivid has blown this game wide open. He just needs to not give it away from this position. He can actually just probably rush down a base race. If he killed off the dozer, then the only dozers would be coming from the right side, and he could sort of like systematically end the game from left to right. But an EMP also works. Vivid is a 5-star general, and he is letting you know it. He says, I don't need an ECM when I can just knock your army out in the middle of the map. And that'll be it for Fargo. He's going to have to look for a comeback in the next game. Or is he? Is he? He's striking back. The carpet bomb misses. Almost the brilliant comeback maneuver. He may not be a 5-star general with an EMP to his name, but he's got a carpet bomb that misses the game. Dragons get shut down. Helixes can't be stopped. Artillery barrage to end the game. Fargo drops out, and it will be Vivid that gets another point. And what's not to love about a dumpster, a burnt-out car, and an actively burning pile of cars next to a shipping container here on the map, Tiny Tactics. On the left side, rocking the green GLA stealth. Give it up for Vivid. Currently up 5-3 against the China tank on the right side. This is Fargo. A bit of a heartbreaker in that last one. For part of the game, he was playing well enough that he could have evened up the score 4-4. Instead, Vivid gets both of the wins on that map. Now, he is playing the GLA side. There's the GAT cannon coming up. Fargo is worried about terrorists blowing up those oil derricks, as we see happen so often. Vivid and Fargo both showing their defensive prowess in that last game. Vivid perhaps a bit better of defensive prowess. Oh, no detonation there. RPG Trooper's going to try and go for the kill. Most of them end up going down, and the scrap is denied. Different scrap looks like it was actually picked up. The scrap was attempted to be denied. He tried to deny the scrap pickup, but it didn't quite work out. Dozer doesn't actually get the kill on the worker. He drives right past the worker, doesn't notice the worker building the tunnel because he's a stealthy boy. When you play the GLA stealth, you better be ready to reveal every inch of the map. Don't drive into the mines, or do drive into the mines. And, well, that'll be the end of that tech. But the tunnel network gets put up in the north side there. War Factory gets deployed in the north as well, but it does get spotted. And this is a 3-dozer opening for the China player. It'll soon be a 2-dozer opening. Just in time, the War Factory finishes up, but it will now be surrounded by GLA units. GAT gets a kill on the worker in the middle of the map. Is Fargo gonna try and save this? It would be terrible to have the experience go over to your opponent. He does manage to sell it off in time, so he denies the experience gain of Vivid. GAT is now crossing over. No scrap deny on that dozer, but it does expire regardless. GAT gets cleaned up. And Fargo is going to have to console himself with the southern section of the map. Because he lost that dozer, because he lost that War Factory in the north, he has lost control over this section of the map. There are multiple tunnel networks that he now needs to dislodge, and this first Dragon tank isn't going to be able to do much if it gets shut down immediately. It will take a bit of damage here, and the tunnel network will be here to do the rest of the damage. Quad pops out, gets the final kill. Listening outpost has been revealed as a second Dragon tank shows up, but there are more tunnel networks than he thought. Fargo is hoping that he can dislodge this GLA before he digs in deep and sets up the trenches. When the GLA player digs in, it can be very difficult to dislodge them, even if you have the advantage, especially if you don't have the perfect support power usage or you don't have super weapons at your disposal. Dragon tanks are slowly leapfrogging their way forward. Triple firewall gets set up, but the artillery platform doesn't care. It can blast through those walls of fire and find the kills deeper onto the attack line. That's a lot of quads! 2 or 3 of them end up just going down, trying to get back inside of that tunnel. The firewall is good. Oil refinery gets caught. Worker heading into the back line. Workers spreading out everywhere. Hijacker moving through the middle. That's a dozer that's wearing the wrong colors. It attracts the attention of the artillery platform immediately, and it's a triple dragon in the north, a triple dragon in the south, 4 flames in the middle just for you. Happy Christmas, because it's going to be a warm time of year. It's not so cold this year in the World Series, where things are getting fiery, where things are heating up, but the lights are lighting up. It's getting brighter and brighter for Vivid. His power's about to come online, but as his front line collapses, he's going to need that double production online ASAP. He's got double building production. He's got basically double unit production as well. The quads burn down. A couple of them pop a bit too early, and then one dragon does survive, and our palace will be targeted. The dragons can't actually kill it fast enough. The quads pop too quick, and the building repair is just immense. Black market coming up. This is what the China needs to stop. As soon as the black markets start coming in, it gets harder and harder to dislodge this GLA, who has spread out to every corner of the map. It doesn't matter where you go, you find out that the GLA is already there. Wherever the flames reach, they find quad cannons were there 1 minute before them. The tunnel networks spreading out. Fargo doing an incredible job of bringing the flames to every corner of this map, but there's another corner that he missed. It's the back of his own base. The tunnel networks never got shut down. The workers never got denied, and Vivid has spread out like a virus everywhere that he goes. He takes control. The production is boosted in a good way, too. If you're a Vivid fan, if you're Vivid, then he is loving this one. Dragon Tank steps forward, but he just pauses. Fargo, once again, not able to control all of his units everywhere on the map. Vivid has spread out, but if he can't stop this train of flame tanks, then he is going to find himself without a base to go home to. Quad cannons step out. They're into the fire, into the flames. The damage is slow from both sides, but it will come through. That's a fully hero quad. And once again, Fargo's units are just sitting around doing nothing, waiting to get shot up, waiting to get put in the ground as these quads rank up on killing dragon tanks. They're happy to do it all day. And the detonation comes through. The demo trap finds the kill. Battle buses are now out onto the field, and more rank ups for these quads. They can take flame tanks all day long. Everywhere you look, it's like Fargo was on an endless assault. He was anywhere and everywhere on the map. And then suddenly he got overwhelmed. His units stopped moving. His control faltered. And Vivid's didn't. Vivid putting another war factory into the ground. Gets the kill. Purifying Flame has been upgraded. Black Napalm. Afterburners Ignition. Whichever way you like to call it. They all have the same upgrade. You can ignite the afterburners. You can get black napalm. These dragon tanks are burning everything down if it tries to make its way up that hill. And suddenly, Vivid has found himself both packed into a corner and also surrounding Fargo all at the same time. The momentum has shifted, though. Fargo's attacks have slowed down. And now this one is just being caught and destroyed. He got basically nothing done. He's sending another dragon tank along the south. That didn't work last time, but he's hoping it will work this time. These quads might just walk into this defensive setup one by one. That would be a suicide mission. They would eventually be able to bust through, but it would only be after heavy losses. And this dragon tank will finally make it through. The flame tank will burn down that tunnel network. And Fargo now has to retake his own main base and take over Vivid's main base. He has to take back his own base first and then hope to eliminate the GLA on the other side of the map as well. Battle bus keeping out of range. The dragon tank will go down. The GAT gets eliminated first, and this battle bus just won't be stopped. He's going to try and run away back down into the tunnel network. Dragon tank in the north. More tunnel networks. Every moment that you wait is another tunnel network somehow emerging onto the map. All of them courtesy of Vivid. He's a stealthy boy, and he just seemingly cannot be stopped. Dragon tank on the high ground, dragon tank on the low ground, holding off this quad cannon army for now. Gets a huge amount of those quads. Dragon tank gets stopped before it can burn down the power plant. Only a couple of seconds would be necessary to shut down this GLA production. Artillery barrage will fire off. Battle bus comes in, will knock down another war factory, just limiting the production of Fargo, forcing him to waste more and more cash on that. Cluster mine comes in on top of the arms dealer. Black market, supply center. Oh, he's going for the power plant. Okay. So he gets the power plant, no more double production times. Well, cluster mine gets cleaned up. Battle bus will find another kill. Tunnel network almost goes down and gets reduced to the hole. Pure flame tank here for Fargo, and he is making it work. He was faltering, and now it feels like he is back to making good moves. He has stabilized, and he has spread himself out enough. Okay, with the exception of that one. Not that guy, but he's spread himself out enough that he's actually getting things done again. He's got the double dragon tank moving in. He can even us up to a 4-5 map score with a couple more dragon tanks. He does still have to clear out an enormous amount of GLA. A huge number of tunnel networks. And okay, these dragon tanks not doing anything. This dragon tank gets spotted by the rebel yet again. And that's just a red guard roaming around. By roaming, I mean standing dead still, not doing anything, not moving. Unfortunately for Vivid, he has an infinite number of dragon tanks that he has to deal with. Unfortunately for Fargo, he seems to have an infinite number of dragon tanks that are sitting around not doing anything. Or doing very little. Fargo has been corralled. Oh, an anthrax bomb. Okay, so we're at a level 5 already. This is going to be no more supplies. Dozer might die as well. Dragon tanks die on the low ground. One of them will make it to the repair of the war factory, and the Dozer does manage to escape up to the north. Stealth field comes in as the GPS gets scrambled, and the MiGs get lit up. They light a firestorm on the ground, but it's not enough to stop the quad army from stepping out onto the field. This high ground in the south has been the safe haven of Fargo for the entirety of this game. He has pretty much taken control of that and been able to hold on to it this whole game. There's another Jarman Kell snipe coming through, and Fargo has basically no infantry units to ever be able to actually reclaim these sniped out tanks. He might have to begrudgingly build a few infantry units just to be able to claim back the tanks that are starting to dot the map. Battle bus steps forward. Another couple of China units have fallen. Fargo is up on economy by 50k more resources gathered, which is why it feels like Fargo is losing a lot of the battles and yet still always has another army to put out onto the field, just because he is up 50k in total resources gathered. Okay, command center is here, so he can get himself another dozer. Vivid is down to only 8 workers, which is another reason why he doesn't have a lot of income. He just doesn't have a lot of workers working. Dragon tank goes down into the tunnel. That's a Vivid dragon tank now. There's the snipe from Jarmankel yet again. Denies another dragon tank the ability to do anything. Quad is going to try and shut down this dragon tank, walks right past the dragon tank's wall of fire, and then it basically walks back into it again, ends up taking out the dragon tank, and the quad on the left side also gets that kill. This guy hasn't moved in a while. Both players have forgotten about him. Gat cannon left at 99% constructed, but that's not 100. Battlemasters make an appearance, but it turns out to be a bad idea because the dragon tanks last a little longer versus the rockets, but the MiGs will find the battle bus. Big pop from the quads. MiG goes down. Battle bus will burn to the ground. Gat cannon actually finishes. He gets that last percentage build complete. Another dragon tank moving in, burns down the oil refinery. Can move a little bit further, might be able to get the palace. It'll take a while to get past the tunnel networks and burn down everything that the GLA has. Dozer gets sniped, once again back down to just one dozer, and that Gat cannon did not last long at all. Dragon tank shows up, quads will get 2 of them lit up, 2 of them eliminated. Supply truck will now get torn down by those quads. That's a kill for them. Double Dragon moving forward on the right side. Gonna take a while to actually kill anything over there. Supply center coming up, trying to take the 10 grand that remains on that supply dock. A lot of the other supplies have been cleared out. Fargo, as a China tank player, you basically never build hackers, so once the economy is gone from the game, if the oil derricks are eliminated, then you're pretty much out of cash because a China tank player will basically never spend the additional money to get hackers. Hackers cost like almost $200 more for the China tank player than the China vanilla. Jarmankel coming for the snipe on the dozer. Gonna deny the build of the Gat. That's a dead dozer. Quads pop out. There's the stealth as well, as these dragon tanks and the dozers can be taken over. MiGs come in, MiGs get lit up, put in the ground, and the quads can go back underground. Most of them surviving, but can he get away from the dragon? No, that hero quad goes down. The dragon steps up and gets put down. No hero play for that dragon tank. Meanwhile, Vivid has his own dragon tank that's on the field. Artillery barrage firing off. Fargo not going to be giving up anytime soon. He's going to find, I guess, the palace or maybe this black market. He cleans up the black market, denies even more of the income from the GLA player. Jarman sniping those Red Guard, not allowing them to recapture that dragon tank. GLA has the eco in the north. There's another snipe. Another dragon tank goes over to the GLA. You don't have an infinite number of snipes, but, well, I guess if you wait long enough, then you do have an infinite number of snipes. But turns out a double vet quad can outrange a dragon tank pretty easily. Goodbye to the dragon. That red guard is still just sitting there from like 15 minutes ago. He's been there for almost the whole game. Dragon tank moving forward. This time it's from Vivid. The GLA aren't supposed to have dragons. Extra 150 for the GLA player. Artillery still firing away. Forces the sell-off. MiG comes in for the strike. Will be able to help clean up the dragon tank, but almost doing more damage to the China player than to the GLA. Reactor might be the next target. Dragon tank does not survive that strike, but the reactor also takes pretty heavy damage. Vivid moves in. Right as the MiGs land, the Anthrax is on top of them. A lot of the mines get eliminated. MiGs get off the deck. 2 of them manage to survive, but now this area is poisoned. Sneak attack shows up, immediately getting shot by the rockets. Dragon tank shows up, clears out the rockets, and then says, all right, I'm going back home. Triple dragon on the other side. Where's the Jarman Kell snipe to come in to eliminate one of these guys very quickly? Battle buses get around the backside. Okay, the Jarman Kell snipe already happened. I just didn't hear the sound effect. Firestorm doesn't quite ignite. It doesn't clean up that dragon tank. And this tunnel network in the back is going to have to be dealt with sooner or later. Dragon tank shows up. Cluster mine comes in. Catches that dragon tank, and he's going to light it up. Clean out the mines. And then I guess he can go back down if he wants. Bunch of quads showing up. They've waited for the Anthrax to clear. Another dragon tank. He will clear out the building. Then he goes back down into the tunnel network, and the quads are like, hey, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go for that as well. MiGs don't end up dying. Fargo cannot dislodge Vivid, and Vivid cannot dislodge Fargo. Both of them are too evenly matched for the time being. It feels like Vivid keeps winning the fight, but Fargo just keeps hanging on. Again, a big portion of that is the 60 grand that he has and is an advantage over his opponent. If Vivid had been on even economy, it feels like he would have been running away with this game. But Fargo has been so resilient, in part because of this triple oil derrick, which has not been denied by Vivid. If Vivid ends up losing this game, the triple oil derrick will be the reason. That has been so much of the cash that he has gotten. That's actually almost, let's see, 3 oil derricks. It's like 1,000 credits per minute, so that's 3 grand per minute spread across, you know, if you count 20 minutes, that's 60 grand. If you assume he got them around the 4-minute mark. And that's the difference between these two players in terms of economy, is 60 grand. Another dragon tank gets sniped. These 3 oil derricks keeping Fargo in this game, allowing him to rebuild his army every single time, allowing him to have enough to deny everything. EMP and a cluster mine coming in. Nope, it's a tank drop. He's a level 5 general. He has got a tank drop to his name. Cluster mine, not. It's going to be an EMP. An EMP and a tank drop. Both coming in for Fargo to bust open this base. He needs the MiG strike to come in. They miss the battle bus. It can emerge from another location if he tries. Double Dragon burns down 2 of the tunnel networks, and the workers cannot work. They can't actually get in and do anything while the EMP has shut everything down. Battle bus on the other side of the map going to be stopping these dragon tanks from killing off these tunnel networks, and that'll be 1 more dead dragon. Red guard get cleaned up. Good night to the China workers as the GLA quads clear out that section of the map. MiGs missed their shot. They had a moment, and they weren't quite fast enough. As the carpet bomb comes in, The workers go down, but the supply stash survives with the building upgrade of the GLA. MiG comes in once again. The battle bus survives, but the second MiG strike lands true. And Fargo has now cracked open this high ground. Nope, there's another battle bus. Just when you think he doesn't have another, he's already got it ready to go. Vivid back on top with that production. Jarman Kell can pop out for another snipe as well. And the battle bus avoids death and deletion. Avoids conversion into a bunker. As the artillery barrage will fire off, that should finish off this section of the map. And it should make Vivid a little bit weaker. But Vivid still has the main base of Fargo. There's the cluster mine now coming in on top of that tunnel network. More units taken over. The presence of the Red Guard inside of that troop crawler will allow them to take over those units that have been sniped by Jarman Kell, but not this one. This one is on the side of Vivid, and it's on the side of Vivid forever. Forces the sell-off of the command center, forces the sell-off of the reactor. Vivid pushing forward for the end, hoping that he can break open Fargo. Despite Fargo having more army value, Vivid has the tactics, he has the tunnel networks that sneak him around the map. And finally, Vivid has killed off 2 of the 3 oil derricks. He has gotten those kills. It has taken so long, but now the reactors are going down as well. Fargo is about to have lights out. He is in low power mode. He has got almost nothing left, and the Anthrax is going to come in. The tunnel network as well. The dozer will die. That will be it. The MiGs on the ground. The Dragon tanks as well. No rebuild. Fargo has to do it all with what you see before you. No war factory, just an airfield. And he better get those MiGs off the deck. One of them has already died. One of them is double vet and survives. But it's no dozers, and it's nothing else. Oil derrick stands. That is all that remains for Fargo in this game. He is fighting until the last flame smolders, until the last flame goes out. Red Guard step forward. They're giving some extra targets to be seen. Mines are being cleared out. Good strike by the MiG, cleans up one of the quads. Workers coming in. This might be the wrong time to transfer your workers. The Red Guard survived. The Dragon tanks are here. Vivid just needs to hold on for a minute or two, and he'll have this game all sewn up, and Fargo can't let off the gas. He has to go. He has to find a way to keep hope alive. It's the Helix that will fly out and do something. He's gonna load it up with, I don't know what he's gonna do. He's upgraded it with a GAT. So this is now a very expensive Helix, but you have to spend your cash on something. Dragon tank Helix with a tank general Helix with a GAT cannon upgrade. Red Guard getting cleaned up. Once the Red Guard get cleaned up, the only way that they can be reproduced is the GG coming out, and Vivid gets the win. It was a hard-fought battle, but the stealthy tactics won the game. A crazy back and forth for the Tiny Tactics game, and now we, of course, get to see the other side to see if Fargo can pull off what Vivid just did. Both of the players fighting incredibly hard in that game number 9 to get the win. It almost feels unfair that Vivid ended up winning that when Fargo did such an incredible job of fighting tooth and nail. It's like that game, somehow it feels like it should have been a 1-1, even though it was only one game. So we'll hope that Fargo can make it happen here on the stealth side of the matchup. And after all this time, Vivid is now finally on match point, leading the series at a couple of different times, but now he's actually properly leading the series with this match point advantage. Vivid is going to drive over some mines, going to look to deny some workers. There's the Terror managing to get a lot of damage onto that flame tank, but not enough. Fargo going to be crossing the map. What is he looking to do? He's got Rebels standing by to grab those oil derricks. Terror hijacker. That's a hijacker getting spotted, getting caught, getting killed. Or maybe not getting caught and killed. That's a green dozer. That's on the wrong side. He is deep in enemy territory because he drove right past a tunnel network. He drove right past a tech. And, well, that guy's also on the wrong side. He is super deep in enemy territory with a proxy war factory up there in the north. Artillery platform comes online. Technical getting the shutdown on those trucks, utilizing those burn barrels to their advantage. The Technical getting some extra damage done with it. Vivid moving out. He's got himself a proxy war factory. Somehow this dozer has survived for an enormously long amount of time. And the Technical finally gets the kill there. That tech has also ranked up. He's fully heroic, and he's going to escape. Can he actually pick up the scrap, though? That would be incredible if he could get that scrap and manage to escape. Not so for the current moment. Dragon tanks step forward. 2 dragon tanks from Vivid. Gonna double flame wall this area. Gonna force this tunnel network down and out. Or maybe the quad cannons will get the kills in time. 3rd dragon tank showing up. There's gonna be 1 dead quad, but everything else might survive without problems. Tech comes back in. Tunnel network in the north. Fargo starting to take over the map. He's got a problem in his back door. It's a double dragon tank rolling into his base. Quad cannons showing up to defend. 1 dragon goes down. Technical going for another kill on more supply trucks. Vivid keeping those ones safe. Some of his others he hasn't been able to clean up, or he hasn't been able to keep safe. Quad cannon is here, but this is going to be 3 dragon tanks now in the north for Vivid. Fargo spreading out with these tunnel networks. Everyone does cost him quite a bit. Vivid's economy has not been shining very brightly, though, as Fargo's harassment has been consistently keeping it down. Vivid now stepping forward. He'll get the ignition on those barrels, light it up, and shut down this supply. No more harvesting for you. Dragon gets, or Gat gets the kill on that quad. And the dragons on the high ground from Vivid are putting out more and more damage. These 4 quads are just sitting in that firewall, burning down and getting lit up to a crisp. That is a terrible set of engagements there for Fargo. He will clean up the rest of these tanks, or maybe not. If this tunnel network goes down, this is a double vet dragon. The worker gets eliminated, and the tunnel will burn down. The quads are going to have to come in from the side to be the reinforcements to actually save it. And now the quads on the high ground, they're going to have to save these oil derricks as well. Tunnel networks starting to be cleaned up. Tunnel networks being the savior of the GLA. It's just how they work. Oil derricks in the south being captured. Vivid missed out on a huge amount of that economy last game, but he's not going to make that mistake again this game, it seems. That is a hero tech, and this is what it's all about. This guy can save the GLA. Gets a kill on a Gat, gets a kill on Red Guard, gets a kill on a supply truck as well. Dragon Tank going to deny the harvesting from that location. Reactor is about to go down. Vivid is going to find himself in dire straits if he keeps losing this infrastructure. Fargo has his own Dragon Tank. He liked him so much in the last game, he managed to keep one of them. And now Fargo is going to be able to shut down these oil derricks. Vivid falling apart. He had a good setup. He had a couple of good strikes, but now he's taking a ton of damage from Fargo. The oil derrick actually survives. The Gats managed to stop everything from dying. The oil derricks stay alive. Fargo doesn't get the damage done that he was wanting. Vivid holds on to this northern expansion and deploys the command center there as well. He's a 3-star general. He's continuing to deny that southern expansion, or the expansion to the south of the Dragon Tank, rather. Rebels are going to go for the capture. Hero Super Tech hoping to protect these rebels so that they can actually capture these oil derricks. That'll be 4 oil derricks to Fargo. That's what gave him a fighting chance in that last game. And it's not going to be lights out for Vivid, not just yet. He's still got a little bit of power. He's got a little bit of juice in the container. He's got 1 tub of electricity that is keeping him powered. Battle Bus steps out. Battle Bus is going to get shut down as soon as these units actually start attacking. Black Napalm is out. This is a lot of quads. They've got a pretty good arc, but they're also stepping into the flames. So 1 quad goes down, traded back for the Dragon Tanks, and back underground they go. Oil derricks have been captured. Artillery platform is going to be taken over by Vivid. And Vivid realizes that he just lost this high ground section, which almost cost him that previous game. We've got another 3 oil derricks under the control of Fargo. This is how he comes back in this series. This is how he keeps his tournament hopes alive. Through the power of oil derricks. Those stealthy rebels are difficult to deal with. Dragon Tank steps forward, takes a couple of shots from the artillery platform as well. One by one, the tunnel networks have been pushed back from the Vivid side of the map. Fargo has slowly but surely lost territory. But he hasn't lost this hero tech, who has found Dragon Tank after Dragon Tank, building after building, until the MiGs finally strike him down. The MiGs find 2 good kills there. Red Guards show up, and if the Rebels try to stop them, well, then the GAT will stop the Rebels, and we'll just have a little bit of a delay on this oil derrick game. Battle Bus moving in, don't drive into the mines, but they found a huge cluster of key infrastructure for the China player. Supply center, airfield, and a command center all next to each other. This is the 2nd airfield, though. Cluster mine coming in on top of the quads. They drive out of range of it for the most part. Airfield going down. Oil derricks have been claimed. CC is the next thing on the list. Into the mines goes that heroic quad. He gets eliminated. He eliminates himself. He was just too powerful. He thought that's just too much for anyone to handle, and the CC will be restarted, this time on the low ground for Vivid. Fargo is taking back this high ground, just like he did in the last game. Holding the high ground is the key to victory, or the key to having a fighting chance, because he didn't actually win in that last game. Dragon Tank gets grabbed. Fargo can take over this northern center supply. It's in between the 2 bases, but it is soon going to be Fargo's to control. Vivid, on the other hand, has the low ground supply. Both players keeping their economy high. I feel like the economies were a lot slower growing in that last game. Quad cannons moving out. Lots of workers working away for Fargo. Nearly 40 workers out on the map, a crazy number, all things considered. And instead of just funneling dragon tanks to the other side of the map, Vivid has decided to split the map in half using the dragon tanks, and then hoping that he can win out in the long game with the support powers, with his Air Force. MiGs come in, 2 strikes, 1 on top of each other, and the quad cannon decides to drive into it. They were lovers once, star-crossed, and now they have decided that they both need to go at the same time. Flame tanks step forward. Flame tanks get shut down. Tunnel network will be denied, at least there, but not in the north. Those corner tunnel networks will stand strong. Artillery barrage is going to fire off, perhaps angled for this oil derrick. The annoyance of the last game for Vivid was that Fargo had that consistent income, but no longer. Oil derricks are now on the side of Vivid, or they are no longer on the map. Stinger sights, tunnel networks, GPS scrambler ready to go. Vivid looking to close out this series, but he just can't close out this game. Dragon tank stepping forward. Big armies, big economies for both players. Keeping in lockstep with each other means that China just puts out army after army after army. A seemingly infinite number of dragon tanks able to hold down huge sections of the map at the same time. The firewalls come in and Fargo can't cross them. Vivid doesn't even want to build a big army and then fight in a traditional sense. This is all about ground control. This is all about a slow leapfrog forward. And now where is Fargo's actual army? It's back behind enemy. It's back behind the firewall. He can't find an angle to engage. And now Fargo is just being pushed further and further back. He's been dislodged from the north. He's been basically dislodged from the south. He can't cross over that line of demarcation. You can't cross that one line. Wherever these dragon tanks go, there is a no-go zone for the GLA. The tunnel network comes in the north, and this is how Fargo takes back over this game, not by driving into the mines, but by finding the weakness on the backside. Cluster mine comes in. Both players have gone up to a level 5 general status. Anthrax on top of the dragon tanks, claims 2 or 3 of them. They get out of range. The third goes down. Chaos ensues as Fargo spreads out everywhere on this map. He can't cross that line, but everything else is his to command. EMP coming in on top of these quads, shuts everything down. Tunnel sneak attack somewhere on this map as the CC will be targeted. Dragon tanks in the back line, finding the tunnel network, finding the command center, and forcing it away. There's the sneak attack tunnel in the north as Fargo looks to shut down this base. Once again, the China will be kicked out of the high ground in the north. The battle bus will be burned down. The dragon tank reigns supreme, and the lights come back online for Vivid. Fargo gets back his high ground. The one thing that he wants in this game is high ground, and it is magnificent. It gives him the overview of the battlefield, but he just can't have this side. Vivid has held on like a madman. His grip is tightening every second that goes by. It seems like he's in a stronger position. Vivid has broken the back of Fargo's economy. The oil derricks being sniped, the supply stashes being cut off, the war factory, the main base being destroyed, not decimated, not reduced by 1/10, but properly destroyed, burned to the ground. You call the insurance company and they said, sorry, we dropped you last week. Tough luck, buddy. Because the dragon tanks just don't stop. The firewalls won't be eliminated. They will keep themselves in this game with the 5.8k per minute of Vivid. The Oil Derricks win games. Oh my gosh, that quad cannon, so close to being eliminated by that flame wall, but it just doesn't happen. 5, 6, 7 more flame tanks added into the mix as the GG comes out and Vivid puts the final point on the board. The GLA can spread no more because the China tank reigns supreme. And Vivid will be the 4th player into the top 4. Thank you all very much for watching. A huge shout out to the 0 Hour community for putting the World Series together. I hope you enjoyed it, and this is Sybert signing out.